swear there's something playing.
Yeah, I kind of hear that now too. Is it probably there?
Good morning, everyone. We're having some little couple difficulties here this morning trying to get the big picture going. What we're going to do is we're going to delay until 9:15 before we start the meeting. So I'll put that in the chat and keep adding people. So feel free to do what you need to do until then, and we will start at that time. So thank you much. Appreciate your patience.
So is anybody on this that could hear me?
I can hear you, Rick. We're just working through getting our someone shut down our conference room computer. So
Okay, great, Tim, thanks.
yep, probably a couple more minutes and then we should be ready.
Can you all hear us?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Mhm.
We'll work on getting you to see us in a bit.
You actually see the conference room.
Well, we can see a couple of you.
Okay, I appreciate everyone's patience this morning. It's been fascinating getting the conference room back up and running, but sometimes the conference rooms like to take long breaks as well for the weekend. So my name is Tim Hoschbach. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning here with the Oregon Department of Forestry. We're here today for the June Smoke Management Advisory Committee meeting. We are without Chair Gregory McLaren today. He's unable to make it, so we'll be moving forward through the agenda. I'll be assisting with facilitating, and I'm hoping Rick will be able to help with walking through the agenda topics.
Got an echo going on, it sounds like.
I
Yeah.
wonder, Tim, if you mute your computer, maybe it's because you're.
There we go. Is that a little bit better?
Mm,
Yes.
mm. Oregon Health Authority.
Yep. It's almost like it's been my first meeting in this room. It feels like at this point. So, okay. So with that, I'm going to pop up the agenda of the day. And a few of the aspects I'm going to be filling in for Gregory for a little bit of an extent here. So, sure.
Mm.
So we're going to start today with a welcome roll call purpose. And we're going to roll into committee reports and then public comment. Following that, we'll probably have a floating break. We'll get into some of the annual items, which is this time of year is the budget and revenues and expenses. Finalizing the metrics. And then we'll getting into the burn overview and then also talking about some smoke management rule effectiveness. So more discussion topics in the afternoon, more informative topics to start the day off. Did any committee members have anything that they'd like to add to the agenda?
Tim, will there be an opportunity to have a little discussion?
Rick, I think your mic's not, you're unmuted, but if you're saying something, your audio is not coming through.
Does this work better now? Oh,
We can hear you. We can hear you, Rick. I think the folks in the room can't hear you.
okay, that's
Would be the case.
okay. I don't know if that's something on my end to change or your end.
Nope, it's ours. We're getting it fixed right now.
Okay.
So.
All right. So testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Can the folks in the room hear me? Going to reboot. That usually could fix a lot of things.
Yep.
So. Well, we're waiting. How are you doing, Gabriella? Good to hear from you.
Hey, folks. It's nice to see many of you. Things are a little intense. I got an assignment from the governor to support contaminated well response in the lower Umatilla Basin groundwater management area. So I have kind of an extra job. So I'm only going to be able to stay with you all for a bit today, unfortunately, until about 10:15.
Okay. I would like to, one of my comments has to do with public health, Gabriella. So I'm not sure where in the agenda to make that comment. Maybe I'll move it to the committee report outs that go from 9:15 to 10:15.
Yeah, that would be great. That's what
the best place.
Yeah, that's what I was planning to share with folks. So that seems like that would be a good time.
Yeah, I think an interesting thing to share with you. So hopefully you'll like it.
Great, thank you. Looking forward to it.
And how wonderful to get extra assignments from the governor.
It's exciting in the sense that typically, you know, as everybody knows, domestic wells are the responsibility of the well user to maintain, but in the lower Umatilla Basin that's been designated groundwater management area, it doesn't matter how well a local user or owner takes care of their well, what they're bringing up from the groundwater is contaminated with high nitrate levels. So it's the rare area where we're able to take a direct public health action and get people alternative water,
Yeah.
drinking water. So that's gratifying.
Yeah. Gosh, I don't know if you get the high country news, but reading about the Hopi Nation down in Arizona and their difficulties with water. Their only source of water is a aquifer that's contaminated with arsenic from the cold.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah, it is an awful situation. No, this is a growing concern for us that we are developing the evidence base around water insecurity for people in Oregon, and climate change is exacerbating that, including groundwater supplies for drinking water.
Well, yeah, you cover a wide range of public health issues, clearly,
Just 20.
from syphilis to
Oh, well, I was just talking about the environmental health is 20, radon and all
Yeah.
kinds of toxics and lead paint and
yeah,
all kinds of things.
COVID and all sorts of interesting things. Yeah. Yeah. Your profession has sure been in the limelight since COVID began.
Yeah.
Are we back in the room yet?
No, it looks like they haven't restarted yet. Oh, well, it says Tillamook room, but the camera's not on.
Kelly, I don't know you. I don't know. Maybe we'll get to know you during the meeting when you introduce yourself.
Think you got the mouse still?
Yeah, okay, yeah. There you go.
This one mouse for.
That's mine.
So what happens to you with that?
Okay, everybody, we're gonna huddle up in the room because there's only a few of us. So we're gonna just huddle up around my computer and use my audio on here and just keep going. We're gonna log out of the main one and just call it a mulligan and punt for this. And hopefully the first 30 minutes of the meeting recording, we can just cut out so it's not posted on YouTube. So.
Yeah. So Tim, can you hear me now?
Yeah, can hear you now.
Yeah, great. Okay. I was talking with Gabriella, said she had to leave at 10:15. So there was something that I wanted to talk about that dealt with public health. And so I could move that to my committee member report out. It's a little bit ahead of something that I was going to suggest later on, but and also I see on the agenda that when we do the report out from the intrusions, is that on the agenda?
Yes, it is. It's at the 1 o'clock, the spring burning overview.
Right. So there's something I would like to say after that session. It's part of that session, but not part of your presentation, not part of Gary's presentation. So if there's time for a little conversation afterwards, that I'd appreciate that.
I think we'll have plenty of time, and I think we can we'll have you and Gabriella can get hop on right at when we get started with the first committee one. So we get through roll call for the formality here, and then we'll just start off with that.
Thank you so much, Tim. I appreciate it.
Okay, so roll call. Gregory McLaren is Absent but excused. Scott Hansen.
Scott Hansen's here with SON instead of SEN.
I will get that, make sure that's up. Kyle Williams.
Here,
You can't see him, but they're here. Rick Graw.
Here,
Jim Dickinson with the BLM.
I'm here and it's James Dickinson.
James, thank you for joining us, James.
Yep.
I'll be representing ODF today. We have an OHA representative.
Yes, Gabriella Goldfarb, Environmental Public Health Section Manager at the Oregon Health Authority.
Okay, and a DEQ representative.
Yes, Margaret Miller, Oregon DQ.
Thank you much. Thank you all for bearing with some ridiculous logistics that we'll punt on. So with that,
Hey, Tim, I'm seeing that Christina Clemens got on the Teams call.
yep, she's sitting in the room with us. So
Oh, got it. Okay.
it's all good. With that, we'll jump into Rick. You have the floor.
okay, yeah, this is a little bit early, so Forest Service report out, a couple things. If you haven't seen it, we completed the Forest Service completed its National Prescribed Fire review. It's dated September 2022. And I've had a lot of questions from external partners about what's in this review, what came out of that pause. If many of you may be aware that the Forest Service had a national pause on prescribed burning due to some escapes, prescribed fire that have occurred. The chief put a pause, and this review is quite extensive with a number of recommendations. But as we're all living an environment of learning and constantly learning, I wanted to make sure that you're aware of this. Pause subsequently has been lifted with some new measures in place around those. There's some key immediate steps to be taken, some intermediate, and then some more longer term recommendations that they're trying to implement. So I thought it was a good document and helpful for me to read through. And if anybody's interested, I could put a link to this on the chat, and we could share those lessons. And then and so then the next phase, I'll talk about the wildfire crisis strategy when we get to that. There'll be more to report on there. And then what I did want to, and this is a little bit out of order, but because Gabriella is not be able to stay with us all day, you may be aware that over the years we've had a number of smoke intrusions into Sisters, Oregon, that have had some very high concentrations, some of them in excess of 500 micrograms per cubic meter for short durations and very localized. These are difficult to forecast using our existing methodologies, but nonetheless, and I had a conversation with the district ranger earlier this week about after action with review with ODF and DEQ, which I was not able to be part of. I'm going to suggest to public health here, Gabriella, to see if your agency would be willing to work with the Forest Service and the community of Sisters and DEQ as well, ODF. I think it's time that Sisters develop its own community smoke-ready plan. Now, this is, I think, a recommendation that we feel would be helpful to prepare the citizens to protect themselves from this type of short-term episodic but very high concentrations of smoke. If we could forecast when these events are going to happen, we could warn people about them and help provide them better protection. They're not currently part or considered an SSRA, so I don't know if there's funding available for the development, but I know Sarah Worthington has been a key player with the Deschutes County Public Health, and that name came up previously as a good person to work with and partner with. So I would like to put forward that recommendation to the Oregon Health Authority and DEQ. And there's just one way of really trying to help that community deal with some of the smoke. And not only do I think this will help with smoke from prescribed burning, but I think what we learn from this and the efforts that will take place could also help them during wildfire season as well. So that's really one of the things that's on my mind and on the Rangers' mind right now. And seeing if there's a way to do that, you know, and if there's funding available to help that, I'd like to know about that. They would probably like to know about that as well. I don't see the Forest Service leading this effort. I think public health or DEQ could be more of the drivers on this, but the Forest Service could assist as we can, you know, as we normally would, just being a partner, but not the lead agency on that. So thank you.
Tim, if I can respond and segue into my kind of brief report and update that actually aligns pretty well with what Rick teed up. Rick, I think you, Margaret, and I can have an offline conversation about the specifics of this, but a very hearty yes. I think it's a great idea. I think Margaret will have more insight into the specifics of the town of Sisters and their interest in being resourced to develop a community response plan, but also Central Oregon, you know, unlike much of the rest of the state, has an amazing infrastructure with Central Oregon Fire and the ability and infrastructure to alert people if there is kind of outreach and education to sign up for those alerts and that type of thing. So I think even short of them, even in the short term, I think that there's some actions that can be taken. And for the sake of the agenda here, the smoke management agenda, probably best that we huddle separately. But Sarah Worthington is a key player. She's with OHA funding for exactly this kind of purpose under our public health modernization. People like Sarah have been hired to take the lead in planning for resilience from, you know, fire, smoke, floods, heat, et cetera. In some parts of the state, not so easy to use the climate word, but regardless, these we generally refer to them as climate-driven risks. And this is what I wanted to report out on. You know, the 2021 legislature for the first time provided significant funding to allow our local public health authority partners, as well as OHA, frankly, to be resourced to do this kind of work. And it also was happening kind of at those resources came while kind of the peak pandemic response was also happening. So the local public health authorities have been slow to be able to move this work forward, or I should say they haven't been able to move the work forward as quickly as we all would like, but understandably so, as they were still dealing with pandemic response. I would say that Deschutes County in this context is at the forefront of the most, you know, well-prepared, well-developed for this, and they are really can be a good partner to specifically engage around Sisters. So let's have that follow-up conversation. I will say, you know, this information is a couple of years old. You know, I think we do need to examine how the communications are. Maybe this has changed, but how the communications are coming from the Forest Service. There might be initial communications that are happening as planned, but once those initial communications are launched, it's not clear that when circumstances change on the ground, wind direction changes or stops, that there's follow-up communication from the Forest Service that then can go out through, you know, Central Oregon Fire, for example. Maybe that situation has changed, but that was a concern that I have heard in the past, that updating is a gap that needs to be filled. So thank you so much for bringing this, Rick, and it, you know, it gives me that platform to say around the state. And again, Margaret would have a great lens on this from the community response plan grant making that DEQ has been doing. more and more capacities being built, even outside of SSRA communities, to develop exactly those kinds of plans that allow identification of the vulnerable populations, figuring out how to communicate with them, and then be ready to implement those plans, not only in the context of prescribed burning, but also for wildfire smoke. It's a real twofer. So, and really hats off to Margaret for, such, really passionate implementation of this and seeing the importance of it. And it's so important for the social license that is needed to expand prescribed burning at the pace that all of you folks are saying has to happen. And just because there's a few new folks around the table, when the smoke management rules were amended to move away from the zero tolerance for intrusion to allow more intrusions, public health sat down with DEQ and ODF at the table to say, yes, we support this, provided communities are given the support they need to take steps to protect public health. And so part of what I wanted to touch on now, because it's timely as our local public health authorities are really starting to dig into the work to generally identify populations that are vulnerable to climate-driven risks, and smoke is at the top of the list for many of our counties. As they're starting to do this, I wanted to flag a really important information resource that they will need to understand the threats, and that is the mapping of prescribed burns. And I know I've gone on the website, on the smoke management website, and I think I'm more savvy than most. I don't know how to navigate that map to pull up what's happening where and when. And so I just wanted to maybe flag for a conversation. I'm assuming that's with ODF, or I don't know if it's with ODF and the Forest Service, to really take a deep dive look at how do we get information about planned prescribed burns accessible, I'm interested in local public health authorities, but the general public. It might be GIS experts who know how to navigate this well or pull things up, but I wanted to propose as a topic going forward, really examining how we communicate about and make the information accessible. So that's the two topics I wanted to share in the OHA update. And happy to pause there, and maybe Margaret, if you wanted to fill in anything else, either specifically on sisters or anything related.
Yeah. Also, Tim, we might be able to see folks if you turn your background, because we just kind of get glimpses of Scott's head. It's just, I've been seeing it occasionally. But it looks beautiful. It looks like he's swimming in the Great Lakes or something.
Very good.
There now he's not bobbing in the water.
Yeah. Excuse me. So yeah, to follow up with what kind of Gabriella has said, and Rick, what your suggestions after talking to the district ranger, I'm all for continuing to work with sisters and Deschutes County as a whole. It actually is one of our SMAC performance metrics to help, to work on one regardless of our funding that we have available. I mean, obviously staff capacity is something we always have to take into consideration. One suggestion I actually had for Kevin, who's the new Deschutes County forester, was that if they did ever decide they wanted to, collaborate with the Deschutes Public Health and reopen up and continue to work on it, that there's an opportunity, like we've seen with some of the other counties, to make a more expansive community response plan that is inclusive of some of those surrounding communities. And that would include Redmond, which is another smoke sensitive receptor area. So there is an opportunity, maybe if we're going to bring people together to work in Sisters, that we could work in, we could make sure things are working in Bend, we could work in Redmond, and we could work in Sisters, really get that Central Oregon stuff nailed down. In terms of funding for DEQ, we actually we did not get any funding in our limited duration, excuse me, our limited duration positions were not included in any sort of Christmas tree bill. And so we will, come September, we are going to keep our LTEs on through fire season to help me. But come September, it will go back to being just me. But exciting news is that we are doing final round interviews for the Peter Brewer position in Eastern region. So we're hoping to have a person there that could potentially help support these efforts, and it might be a good way to expose them to a lot of, prescribed fire, wildfire communication type work. So I guess that's a roundabout way of saying we don't have any funding to provide any grant funding, but as an agency, we'd be happy to support these efforts. And I think there's an opportunity to expand it beyond just the Sisters area. And maybe we could work in Redmond as well, which is an SSRA. And then we can have, which we had an intrusion in Redmond. So that 1 hour exemption could be very helpful. So I don't know if you want me to stop there and then you can respond, and then I can do my update after. And I don't even know if you need to respond, right? Maybe.
So, Mark, can you hear me now? Hopefully you can. Yeah. So I'm hearing, Margaret, there's no funding right now from DEQ to help fund such an effort, unfortunately. So I don't know if funding, unfunded mandates are not always welcome. So I guess I'll have to defer to Deschutes County and OHA, and even look to the Forest Service to see if there's any funding for such efforts available. As we talk about hardening communities, making them ready, maybe there's some fire prevention dollars that could be used for such a thing. I'm really open to expanding this to other communities, even La Pine. I don't know, La Pine's in Deschutes County, I think it is. It's another community that comes to mind. In the community of Sun River, also. And some of these communities have community wildfire protection plans, and that might be another avenue for adding this type of thing. Where I also think, some of these communities have pretty good affluence, but there's always some who don't have and struggle. And so I'm not sure what's involved, but making sure everybody who needs one has access to a home air filtration system could be really helpful. And I agree with you, Gabriella, that we could do better on our messaging. And I think I welcome those conversations to get specific on the types of messaging. And after we talk about the spring prescribed fire review intrusions, I do want to talk about the modeling a little bit and how we could forecast these events a little bit better than we've been able to do it in the past. And that, hopefully, Margaret, you'll be able to stick around for that conversation, because I think there's a component, a partnership component with DEQ in there as well. So you have Kristen Martin, such a great Marlaw. So anyway, also, I understand it could be a challenge without the funding, but I hear that the interest is there by DEQ and OHA, and I'll relay that message back to our district ranger. So thanks for letting me put that forward, and thanks for responding.
See, Gabriella's got her hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. We all had a nail biter of a legislative session, and Margaret, I'm sorry to hear the news about what happened on that front. But Our OHA and specifically our Medicaid program did get renewed funding for smoke filtration devices. So I will get details on that and get that to you, Tim, to distribute to folks with any follow-up information.
Sounds great. We can include any info with the in the after meeting summary when that gets sent out.
Can I make
Okay,
a,
thanks.
Yeah.
did you speak this direction?
Yep.
Comment for Gabriel. I think last time we talked about, kind of transparency of the number of visits for people coming into, for prescribed burning, the number of people that come in for issues with their breathing, and then also wildfire. I'm still interested in that. And I tell you why. It's to kind of better communicate to my population of woodland owners that, hey, there's some people that are getting sick out here. And
Yeah.
And the data, I know some people don't like data so much. I actually think data is valuable to show total transparency of, hey, here's X number of people got sick, wildfires, it was Y, which was much greater. And then how, what do we do with that? I think it's valuable information.
Yeah, and we are looking at, and we've been working very steadily with DEQ. While they've had an amazing expansion of their network of monitors, they don't extend everywhere. And so we've also been working on a project to allow modeling of what the PM 2.5 levels are across the state, so that what we do is we take a look and see, do we see a signal when PM 2.0 levels are high? Are we seeing a signal of people walking in the short term, walking into emergency departments? We saw that, I think I've shared with a lot of folks here. I mean, we've seen it. We definitely saw it for the 2020 wildfires, where we saw 25% more people walking into emergency departments with respiratory illness complaints. We saw that with the Eagle Creek fire, for example. The PM 2.5 goes up and the people walking into emergency departments goes up. So we definitely have that data, and going forward, we will be able to look at that more effectively across the state. Carol Trenga is actually at a conference for epidemiologists this week. She is my point person on all of that. So we could, for the next meeting in January, if that would be welcome, we could kind of do a presentation on what signals we see from prescribed burning. That the past couple of years there hasn't been a lot of prescribed burning, and we just got the modeling, this statewide modeling, really off the ground recently. So it might be a little early. I'll talk with her, but we definitely can present on how we look for those signals and how we see them very clearly in the wildfire context. Would that address what you were hoping to see?
Especially, from year to year, is it getting better or is it getting worse? I think that's a relevant question for us.
Yeah, I think the thing is, the trend line is up with wildfires, right? And so it is consequently going to be, to the degree those are happening near population centers, that is going up. And we also see things like 2020, we had the very dramatic statewide, smoke event associated with the, just horrific, catastrophic Labor Day fires. But the next summer in 2021, it wasn't statewide, but for about 8 counties in central and southern Oregon, cumulatively over the course of the summer, they had the same amount of smoke exposure as happened from the 2020 wildfires. So that kind of chronic smoke exposure that's hitting a subset of counties, there are people who are getting hit more and more. There's more smoke days. So we are seeing that trend for sure.
Thank you.
So I see the note in the chat about the mapping of planned and current prescribed burns. we're working on that. It was, what we found is it's been an adjustment in burn practice to take advantage of limited burn windows. So that's created some complexities. Instead of a registration, a unit being registered and burned all at once, sometimes they're segmented or split out, or it's a marginal day and they burn half and then abort because of the weather conditions that they're seeing. So what we're finding is we only have one spot in there for the plant field, and we're trying to work through some strategies of either adding multiple plan and having segmented ignitions so that more dates can be added, or that the field's modifiable to update so that it's so that they can put it kind of like a parent-child kind of, if you're into databases, that's kind of how they're linked together. So you'd have one registration and multiple entries, which the rules do allow. And we're finding that that's becoming more and more of a practice just to get the accomplishments taken care of. So just need our technology to catch up.
So Tim, the technology is part of it, but then there's the kind of what they call UX, right? User experience or accessibility of that data. So you're talking about being able to improve the data capture, which is totally essential and sounds great. This is something on top of that, right? Is how can we collaborate to make it accessible to folks to inform, their both longer term, looking retroactively or somehow informing planning for how these, educating, and we can help, collaboratively educate, public health folks. Here's what prescribed burns are. Here's, how they've been happening, where they're projected to happen. Here's how you can find out what's coming up in your area, so you can look and see, which population, centers do you have there, and how do you reach out to those folks? And just we just need to think about how do we do a little bit more hand holding. Again, I'm assuming, this is in my mind against the backdrop of significantly expanded burns. If that's the idea of what's going to happen, then how do we prepare for that so that we're not dealing with a backlash situation of burns being expanded and then we scramble to to inform people, but ahead of time, because we've just found over and over, if you tell folks, here's what we know, here's what we don't know, here's what we're doing about it, and at the outset, it goes much better than if you're in a public meeting trying to explain, the impacts after the fact.
Yeah, and I think we're getting it, learning a lot as the community response plans are being developed, and those tools of where those communication avenues are. Either people are citing the visualization map, which the data that I referenced, the data gathering feeds that as a visual source of what ignitions are planned and where they're planned. So that's one community tool. The other is just communication with the local dispatch centers of where the burns are taking place as well, and getting that data. So those connections are happening. It's with the community response plans being a new part of the new rulemaking package. We're leveraging that and using it as part of the communication, but it does help to be able to connect those local health officials with the information needed, and then in their judgment, they can inform their constituents and who they represent in the most appropriate ways. So we're evaluating the best ways of getting that data, but make sure the data getting into the system, step one.
First, yeah, that's essential first step for sure.
Gotcha.
I just wanted to quickly jump in on that particular topic and mention that I've been in a lot of meetings recently with the Forest Service, at the national level with Pete Lom and Sim Larkin and some of the folks that work on the fire and smoke map. And they are talking a lot about how to better communicate about prescribed fire in the manner that they communicate about wildfire. And so, Tim, hopefully there's an opportunity where, if they're looking for a state to start that with, or to do a trial, maybe Rick and Tim and myself, we can advocate that Oregon might be a good spot. We're a leader in smoke management. We might be a good spot for those efforts to take place. So, but I absolutely think we shouldn't rely on, that as the only option. And we should think about, our are systems that are across different types of burners. But if the Forest Service is going to be investing in something and investigating their options, I'd love to see it in Oregon.
I think Oregon's a good state for trying out a lot of these projects. So,
Yeah.
But Kyle's got a comment here.
Yeah, can you hear me all right there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that made me think of two things, and A was the kind of a cart horse thing. I feel like I agree, Gabriella, that the better people are informed ahead of time, the higher chance of success on the other end of it. But we've got a limited amount of resources in this program, right? Smoke's a user fee funded outfit, and I guess we'll get into the budget in a little bit, but you know, we're asking them to do a heck of a lot of kind of newer things. And as we're trying to figure out what does actually expand burn opportunities, and investing specifically in things that expand burn opportunities, right? And being really careful with continuing to pile things on the program that don't maybe do that on the front end, right? Because anyway, there's a cart horse issue there for me. And Margaret, I think your point about maybe if the Forest Service is investing in some of those things and we can come into that tailwind and achieve maybe a better mapping or user interface, fine. But ODF updating IT and mapping stuff is nothing but expensive and cumbersome because of the contracting process that I've seen. And so I don't know if that'd be, at least on the outset, something I'd be wildly excited about.
If you have some alternative approach to getting the information out, that's not
Well, it's there.
on
I mean,
an IT system, that's fine too.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess, and it's probably to your point. My familiarity with the program makes it really easy for me to find some of that stuff. And I think it's to Tim's point about better information going in creates what we've got as an existing resource, a better product. But I get your point about folks who may not regularly utilize that. The second thing that triggered in my brain, Margaret, and I know this isn't specifically what you meant, but you had said that the Forest Service and others are wanting to talk about prescribed fire in the way they are talking to the public about wildfire. And what I'm hearing as messaging across the board right now is that wildfire bad, right? Wildfire bad for public health, wildfire bad, smoke bad, PM 2.5 bad. And so that delicate balance between prescribed fire smoke and wildfire smoke and good smoke versus bad smoke is really important for us to be messaging and cling to. And as the performance metrics here, we look at PM 2.5 emissions in the state, and the prescribed fire stuff is so low, they've had a hard time even graphing it. And I think we'll get to that, but it's in the handout. And wildfire smoke being so much higher, I actually worry about talking about wildfire smoke and prescribed fire smoke in the same light with each other, because the impacts are just nowhere near the same. So, I know I know that's not exactly what you meant, but I just want to raise that we're getting worried about that. The more and more we talk about bad smoke.
And I think that we've done a good job of communicating the importance and the need to safeguard prescribed fire and the tool of that, and the difference between long duration smoke impacts from a wildfire. But smoke at various thresholds impacts people. And what I truly think the smoke management program is a risk mitigation program. We're trying to mitigate risk. That's what we're all coming together collectively to do. And risk management is about communications. Things are far less risky when you can communicate that something is there. I always use the analogy of a hazardous tree. That hazardous tree is significantly less hazardous when you have somebody there saying, hey, don't go on that playground. That tree is hazardous and it's about to drop a branch. Right then, that tree no longer has the same hazard risk level because you have somebody there communicating it. And so I definitely think communication is the backbone of our program. We're not saying smoke is you know, one thing or another. We're saying we know where the smoke is going for the most part because we have a great team of meteorologists, and we're going to let people know that so that we can continue to have that social license. And so I would say that the investment in collecting that data on the, you know, from the burners about where things are and communicating it is the program. And if we can do that effectively, like, then we can expand and do so much more, because that smoke isn't a concern if it's not, you know, impacting people, or if people can take the corrective actions to make sure that they aren't impacted by it. They can close their windows, they can, you know, run their HEPA filters. So I think we're wanting the same thing. And I don't want it to seem like we are using wildfire smoke and prescribed fire smoke in the same way, but they do both produce the same pollutant.
Yeah, I think this is probably a perspective specific to me and probably an outcome of a tough last week that we've had. But our experience, at least in terms of the way Oregon handles these kind of policy conversations and public safety, is that the answer should be the tree shouldn't be there. If it's a hazard at some point, then get rid of the tree so that the public doesn't have to worry about it. And that's, I think, the outcome that we have to avoid here. And I know that's oversimplifying it, but that's what we're concerned about. And frankly, an experience we end up with fairly frequently in this state trying to operate.
So in trying to work through we're on the committee agency reports, some of this dialogue might actually fit well with either the rule effectiveness or even some of the budgeting stuff. So I think in light of that, I know Gabriella's got a time constraint, so let's have Gabriella, let's have your comment in here, and then I'm going to move over to James and give him a 10-second heads up here.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm only jumping in now because I can't stay for the conversation later. So I'll just have to push back and say smoke is bad. We are going to say smoke is bad. No smoke is good. But we are also very clear that prescribed burning smoke is smoke, as Margaret was saying, that you can prepare for and plan for and avoid. And so it is better than uncontrolled wildfire smoke for sure. And that's why we want to sit at the table with ODF and DEQ on pushing this forward. And so I'm not sure exactly the last week's events or the context that you're talking about, but I think we're among friends and we're all working together, on this. So I just need to be honest and say that we are going to say that that's the case. And also, as we support expanded prescribed burning, it just means that in some communities, people have a much higher chance of being exposed to smoke much more of the year, right? So it's not so much good smoke, bad smoke, it's a lot more smoke. But the investment in prescribed burning will decrease the risk of catastrophic fires and much worse smoke from wildfire smoke. So we need to, sit down together and make sure that we're having coordinate our messaging before we go sit down together in front of others to talk about what is needed in terms of, resources. I'm thinking that Doug Graff and his position, and with that committee, that this is another, this is a place to have that conversation as well. Once we can organize the information about what the need is, what the implications are of not having these kinds of conversations, and make that case for what's needed. So anyway, thank you so much for all the time on the agenda during this part of the meeting. Appreciate it, Tim, and thanks everybody.
Sounds good. James, I'm gonna ask you to do a couple things. One of them's gonna put you on the spot. If you could do an introduction of yourself to the group, because you're new to the committee, I'm sure you anticipated that question probably, and then a little bit about what's going on in the Bureau of Land Management's world regarding prescribed fire. And then following that, I'm gonna put this out there now. If anyone's interested in providing public comment, we'll do that after James. I'm guessing he'll go up to around about 10:15 or so ish. Maybe it's a stretch, but we'll we'll get there and then we'll reserve that time for public comments and stuff for anyone who wants to provide.
That sounds good. I don't think I'll go that long. So I'm James Dickinson. I was formerly the fire ecologist for the Bureau of Land Management, Oregon and Washington. I'm now the Assistant State Fire Management Officer for Integrations that oversees the fuels program, the fire ecology program, as well as fire planning and community assistance and mitigation education. Which is a long way of saying that over the past year, Rick, you can help me out, but about a year ago, we were still part of the state office, regional office, SORO Fire Organization, combined effort between Forest Service and BLM. In the past year, we've actually fully separated, and BLM is now building a fire organization within the Oregon, Washington state office to represent kind of all facets of fire and fuels management. So we're kind of going through some growing pains, and I've got a great example of that here in just one second. That all being said, smoke is something that we are working to figure out. Rick doesn't know this yet, but I have a conversation that I need to get with him to talk about kind of next steps and what that looks like, because previously Rick was also the BLM's smoke representative, air quality representative. So we've got a lot of work to do there. And so I apologize for not having super pithy information for you guys here today, but one of the things that I know has fallen through the cracks, because I just got it yesterday at 3:30, is a supplemental smoke management plan agreement with ODF that apparently fell through the cracks since sometime in January. So that's on my radar, Tim. I'll be looking at that over the next couple of days and hopefully be moving that forward soon-ish. That all being said, that's kind of where we're at. We're still trying to get our feet under us. We have a couple of new fuels folks that have just come on board in the last 2 to 4 weeks. And they have tremendous experience with obviously fuels, but also with smoke management from that perspective. And as we're moving, excuse me, as we're moving forward, probably in the short term, it'll be one of the three of us, myself or one of the two fuels folks on here. And we'll continue to make that happen as we come up with maybe a sharper, more responsive representative that's got a little bit more emphasis and experience in smoke, somebody like Rick. So stay tuned for that. Broadly speaking, I am confident that over the next 1 to 3 years that we will be seeing more and more prescribed fire coming out of BLM, specifically on the west side and probably central Oregon. We're starting to see a bunch of maintenance units coming online in Southwest Oregon. So we're likely to be seeing more and more prescribed fire down there. I think we did a fair amount this spring. Don't have any numbers to share with you today. But my intent as a fire ecologist, or with a fire ecology background, right, is fire is an important process on the landscape. I actually really appreciated that conversation you guys were just having. So I'm gonna throw a couple of pennies in there. I don't think anybody's wrong. I think one of the important things is that we have the opportunity to be more refined with the amount of smoke and where it goes during prescribed fire. We have less opportunity during wildfire season. Smoke is a result of fire in the Pacific Northwest. Smoke is going to happen 9 months of the year. We should be prepared for that. That's a good starting point, recognizing that we have shorter windows of opportunity to reduce or mitigate that risk. So love to have more conversation on that, because that's the fun stuff. But otherwise, I appreciate, I guess, the opportunity to be here. I think I can wrap it up there. If there's any questions, happy to answer a few questions in the few minutes we got left. So thanks, Tim.
Appreciate having you. So I think I can squeeze in the ODF report out by 10:15, and anyone who wants to provide public comment, either turn on your camera or raise your hand, and then we'll get you queued up for that. There's one thing on the agenda that we hold to the same place that it's on, because if the public shows up for public comment, we want to keep them at the same time. So as far as ODF, Senate legislative session ended Sunday. So with that, it's probably our biggest update. So We have our current service level in our budget, more or less. And then of note for this group, Senate Bill 80 was passed. In there, there was two things related to prescribed fire. One was that ORS 526360, which is the Certified Burn Manager statute, and also assistance by a Forest Protective Association or by the forester for prescribed burning. That has been changed from needing to be on forest land to within a protection district. So that does make it a little easier for folks, especially anyone who's a certified burn manager, that they don't need to go to the ODF district to see if they're on forest land, because you can't tell that just looking at the landscape. So anyone with that opened up to within our district boundaries. So that would probably be the most significant thing for us for prescribed burning. Along with that, there's a liability fund that was established by the legislature. That was $5 million was set aside into this fund to assist the liability aspects of folks who do everything right and just have a bad day. That's the intent of it. The department and the Department of Consumer and Business Services will be reviewing that legislation and how to implement it over the next year as we develop that plan. Anything dealing with liability takes some really nuanced eyes to make sure we get it right. So we're going to take our time on that. That fund has a lifespan of about either 5 or 6 years for that, and working through making sure it's implementable. All ODF districts are in fire season except for the North Cascades district. They got a little bit of rain over the last couple of weeks. But they'll be drying out here over the next little bit, and anticipate somewhere around July. It's probably somewhere pretty soon. They're gonna be in, and then all ODF districts will be in fire season after that. But right now we're about at the 10-year average for our number of fires, coming around 250, 260 mark as we get into July. Certified Burn Manager Program, the rules have been completed. Most of the working through dotting I's, crossing T's, developing forms, burn plan templates, all that good stuff. That committee is actually meeting, I believe, on July either 10th or the 14th. One of those two. There'll be an announcement coming out in the next few days regarding that public meeting and that committee's business. They'll be looking at the curriculum backbone, as well as approving their charter and reviewing the burn plan templates, which is something that's required for that program, that the burns follow that template. So working through making sure that is all ready to rock for when we have a launch date, with all the different forms and paperwork, applications, all that stuff that goes with it. Also in March this last year, we did something that's different. For the first time, we put out, or we'll work with partners at K2 News and KVAL about promoting prescribed fire in the actual news broadcast. So in the evening news, we had did some informational segments around why you see smoke in the hills in March and April, the importance of prescribed burning, who's doing it, that it's not a wildfire, it's purposeful to remove a hazard from the landscape and hit those high population areas, had a little spillover into the Bend area, which is good as well. So those media markets, so that building that social license, we had some SNS funds from Senate Bill 762 that we could cross-utilize. So we did that in March into April, and then we did some fire prevention messaging this last June. So working on building those connections and partnerships with those folks to help us all have that social license, so we are able to inform the public. With that, it's 10:15. So. And I don't see any hands, and the only, is there anyone who wants to provide public comment? Okay. With that, I know, let's see, Margaret, you have your handout here. I want to see if Kyle or Scott have any report outs they'd like to do here. They're both looking at me like, why are you putting me on that spot here?
No.
But if I'll give them an opportunity before we move off that topic.
I don't think I've got anything.
A couple of short comments. Margaret will talk about this too, but very appreciative of both Margaret Miller and Christina Clemens to teach a class at Clackamas County Tree School. We're talking about communication right now, and that's a form of communication. So I don't think we can understate the importance of that. one other thought was, about alternatives to prescribed burning. I just want to be, as we talk more about that, as transparent as we can about not just the pros and cons of it, but or within that maybe is the price tag for these various methods of doing away with, slash, another brush. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Scott. Margaret, did you have any go backs on yours for your handout or any highlights you'd like to hop through before we get into budget?
Sure. Just quickly wanted to mention that, despite session not going in our favor, we, did complete a really successful biennium with the pass-through funding that we did get from Senate Bill 762, 2021. We almost spent down all of our $1.5 million across 22 projects across the state. And then in my report, I still continue to provide the details of the community response plans. That's been a request of SMAC members. I do know that Lake County and the town of Lakeview, as well as the city of Oak Ridge and Lane County, are both interested in seeking the 1 hour exemption. I'm going to be touching on alternatives later, so I'm going to skip the biomass utilization stuff until we talk a little bit more on the alternatives. But thank you for having us at Tree School. I'm happy to continue to do those sorts of things, and I agree that is a good form of communication and outreach. An update quickly about the NACS review. We're still waiting to hear about the determination. We continue to track it, and we'll keep folks abreast when we know more. I have included an updated monitoring map at the end of my report. And with that, you'll see that we have expanded some of our monitors. We still have places that, there are gaps in our network that we want to continue to work on, but monitors and monitoring costs a lot of money, and it takes a whole team of staff. And with that Senate bill, we also lost all of our monitoring staff people as well. So it's a little bit tricky in our program right now. But I will kind of pause there, and then we can talk more about like the air curtain incinerators and the mastication later on in the agenda.
Sounds great. Thanks, Margaret. So we have a break in before we jump into the budget. So how about we take that now and we can reconvene at 10:30. It seems short, but the first 25 minutes were technical errors or issues. So, all right, see you all at 10:30.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, it's 10:30. Share screen. So we are getting into, for the folks, there's an attachment in the meeting invite that had the fund summary. I'll walk through these in the order that they're on the agenda. So we got our revenues, and then we'll talk about some expenses, kind of what the unit budget's looking like for some comparison. That was first presented last year, and making sure, and again, if these things have value to the committee, that's great. If they don't, we can adjust them, just presenting information in different ways. So so what we have here is the essentially through May of 2023, the fund. It's a right now we wanted to show what 2022 looked like, and as well as what we have for 2023 and the tail of 2021. So that's what you see on the screen here. What we're starting to see is reflective of a few different items. So in this list, you'll see a big in March of 23, there's 118 grand credit back to the Forest Service. They were double billed, so that was one of the interests. So we were carrying, and you'll see what the what that does to the perceived balance far in the far right side column there. It inflates it quite a lot as we go through, but with that taken out, it is rectified. You see the challenge with the pause with smoke management and with prescribed burning on feds last year, which happens, and also we're coming off of COVID and some of those air quality concerns since 2020, 2021. So what we're seeing is some of our lowest numbers of acres in over the last 4 or 5 years over that. You'll be also seeing that more distinctly in the smoke management annual report, which will be posted online, and it will be sent over to committee members later this afternoon. Apologies for not getting it to you earlier. Folks in the room have a printout of some of Christina's work pulling that together. As far as on private lands, the non-burning or non-federal burning acres were pretty standard. The challenge, again, challenges there, and folks trying to be creative in getting the work done and work through the system, and that's brought a few challenges to light, which are great, and we can rectify them and make things more align systems to match the rules and make them more effective. So making sure folks know they can do multiple entries to get work done, work in smaller windows to get to sometimes we have to modernize practices as we go, and that goes with ODF as well. So with this program, it is user funded, and that's reflective. If we don't get the burning in, we don't that impacts the revenues to be able to have the staff support for all the other extras that go with it. So being mindful of making sure the people who are paying the bills get the service they need. We'll be focusing on the other revenue avenues there. We have the smoke management unit has 2 contracts, one with DEQ, one with ODA to provide forecasting services, and we're evaluating to make sure that those are reflective of the actual cost of service. We haven't adjusted those in quite a few years, and our customers, people get raises and such, so we just want to make sure that they match what the workload is there. So that's the next thing on the list, probably looking at that over the course of this upcoming fiscal year 24. So as far as the expenditure side, pretty straightforward with where we've been. That's been fairly steady. So the personnel costs are driven by our state bargaining and the compensation rules. So those are, you can see those go up as people have step increases or folks, or there's cost of living increases throughout the year. That's where you see those change. Certain program costs as well get filtered into that. So after September is when you saw when the manager position was hired. That's when Stacy McCarter joined the unit, and 8 months of that position is charged to smoke management. The other 4 months are split across the other programs that are supervised, and that was consistent with the scope of work and span of control there. Also, this spring, to help assist with getting some of the upgrades into the systems, Nick Yonker was brought back in a temporary role to help provide some of that documentation guidance so that we could get that in place and to help with some of the winter burning as well. So, and fix some of the modeling. So he was brought in as to bring for a temporary help that can jump in and assist immediately, which is important. So looking at this as a condensed version of what the budget is for this unit. You can see there's a split funds. So the unit consists of 7 people, might be 8 people. There's 2 folks that are exclusively funded out of federal funds. That'd be our National Fire Plan Coordinator, and that'd be our National Fire Plan Coordinator and the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Coordinator. Those are federal funds. Sorry, a brain gap there. Out of the fire protection budget, you'll see a portion of Stacy McCarter's salary in there, as well as Amanda Rao, who is our prescribed fire coordinator. She's in our general budget, that's supervised by Stacy. And then smoke management is the 3 meteorologist, Christina Clemens, with the field as the field coordinator role, as well as a chunk of Stacy McCarter's time as well. So that's the distribution of where those funds look like over the years. And overall, the smoke management fund picks up just under 700 grand. That's the annual cost of service for the support and provided, and then the remainder of funding structures pick up the remainder.
So, Tim, it looks like that 700 is about 150,000 increase over what we've done the last few years. Is that accurate?
That could all well be, and I'll have to take a look at to fully answer that question.
Okay, that'd be great. I'm just trying to, as we think about into the future where the red line meets the black line, how's our fund balance going to look health-wise, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, there is the one change is the manager compensation was a reclass as well, but instead of all 12 months, it's only 4 months. So that I think turned into a wash. But as we progress with some staff, the staff have been tenured into the unit for a while, and then we're starting to see those COLAs and the step increases start to come into play, which would increase annual costs. So with that, I can get some more information on that one. I'll share it with the committee as well.
I think that, yeah, that'd be helpful. Thanks, Tim. I'm getting nervous about our fund balance, especially given the 22 revenues coming off. And I think we had talked about that. We're like, hey, what is going to happen with our revenue with the COVID and the pause and burning and all that kind of stuff? And we were hopeful that things would stay about even, but I think clearly we took a bite out of the revenue. I remember Cramsey being on that like a dog on a bone.
So with that, looking at 2019 was our second highest year over the last decade at 200,000 acres and change. 2020 was 131,000 acres. 2021 was 143,000. 2022 was 107,000.
Right.
So over 4 years, a decrease of 100,000 acres.
Right. And so at the same time, potentially, right, our increasing our expenditures by 150,000. If we aren't careful, we're going to be upside down in this program really quick, looking at rate increases. And I think it's incumbent upon this group. One of our responsibilities is to make sure we stave that off as long as is functionally possible. Obviously, we've got operating expenses, and burning is what it is in terms of the volume of it. But we've really got to keep our eye on that ball so we can be ahead of it as best we can.
Yep, absolutely. So, and Rick has a question: why does the spreadsheet show BLM's account as all zero every quarter? So the BLM has, back in the contract days, paid under the firm fixed price model, but did zero burning over time and actually has a credit in the system that's been slowly being worked on. So that's why it doesn't show up in there, Rick, is they will, because we already have the revenue sitting in with us, and they've been working that down. That will change, I believe, over the next burn season, but it depends on where the BLM can start getting those acres taken care of.
What was that very last part about BLM? Sorry, I was listening, but you went kind of quiet.
So why it shows the BLM burn revenue is zero, it's because BLM overpaid in 2020 or 2021 and hasn't burned enough acres to actually incur any more invoices. So you've been working down you've been pretty much put money in the fund and you've been working backwards off that.
At some point, I'll get some numbers from you just so I have an idea, just for program management. Thanks.
Yep. I'll have Stacy send that over to you.
Okay, sounds good.
When she gets back from Canada. So, does that answer your question there, Rick? Makes sense?
Yeah, thanks.
Rick, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. That statement you made, was that Kyle talking?
Yeah, sorry, we're all huddled around the campfire here.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, if it's our responsibility to ensure the fiscal viability of this program, I don't find this information is enough of a high level overview, but it's certainly not being presented in a manner that I could fully understand everything that's being presented, Tim. So, the graphs that we used to share were helpful. Understanding projections, and I think you get to it, Kyle, in that we look at the budget, right? The fund balance. That's sort of, when is that going to get to zero? How much do we need to maintain in the coffer, so to speak, in order to prevent that from happening? I could look at this, salary that you mentioned, Tim. It'd be helpful to, I can see it tabular. It'd be helpful to see it graphically. I don't know what this table means. This second table you presented. Sorry, sir. I don't know what you're telling me in this table. You ran through it very quickly, and you've got 4 different columns here, and I'm not sure how they pertain. What we're talking about and how this pertains to the first table, or if it's a totally different topic. So just for transparency, your communication's being a little bit lost on me. So I don't know if that's true for other members of the committee. Maybe you guys look at this a little bit better, but this is, if you want some input from Forest Service on this, could certainly, it'd be helpful to see some trends here. And, with the understanding of what's causing these trends, what do we expect things to be the same or different? What adjustments are needed? When you start talking about increases in fees, that grabs my attention. So you have my attention, but I don't understand everything that's going on with this.
Yep, absolutely. And to provide more context with this one, and that's great feedback, Rick, because we did want to expand the information provided besides just the fund balance and add more to the story. So I got the notes from here as we continue to evolve to proper communication tools to help you guys do your do what you need to do. The column in this sheet is showing how there's a lot of input that goes into the mitigation unit. Smoke management is one of the functions of that unit, and this was intended to show kind of where those aspects are. Stacy, previously we had a manager that supervised smoke management, and that was it. Now we have a manager who's supervising multiple programs within the division. And with that, it's just to demonstrate that the manager salary isn't solely going to smoke manage it. It's been divided equitably across all the programs. So
that's the main point from this table.
That's the main point. And the middle column there where it says smoke, that's where what gets charged in the fund.
Yeah, I look at this table, Tim, for example. Here you don't have equal months presented for each column, right? You've got 13.2 months fire protection, smoke 1556. So my mind's going, why is he presenting? It's what you're saying and what you're presenting are not meshing for me.
Yep.
So,
Understood. We'll do better for sure.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now, Rick. Because I'm familiar with the ODF budgeting process, I look at that and recognize that it's different fund types that all make up the positions that are in the mitigation unit, right? And that's showing the shares of months to each fund type effectively. And so the stuff we're responsible for is the 56 months, and our costs to the smoke management program are $693,528 for what our user fees go towards in that mitigation unit. But this is very ODF centric budget spreadsheet. So it reads to me like a book and reads to you like hieroglyphs. Totally makes sense.
yeah, I'm not familiar with this acronym OPE. So just Tim, just keep in mind your audience when you're presenting information and our various backgrounds.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'll get a translation guide with this. And we'll get some graphics with the committee too, so we can get more information in front of you. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing that. Also on here was opportunities for investment, and that was a placeholder that I left the committee with back in January. However, with the way the current fund is, and that it's going to, I think that might be an avenue to be tabled to recirculate for later. And then I'm going to kick it over to James quick. Toss his hand up.
Yeah, just a real quick question. So on the budget piece, so is there additional expenses above this roughly $700,000 per salary that are incurred by the smoke unit? I mean, I'm just kind of thinking it gets back to one of Rick's comments about kind of burn rate, right? So what's sort of that break even point for how much we fund you, how much money's coming in versus what's going out?
That's a great question. For that one, there wouldn't be anything significant on top of that. That's pretty inclusive with so the OPE is the benefits that go with the paycheck, the salary there. So that's what that line is. So that what you're looking at is essentially what it costs for the staff. The protection division traditionally has picked up the remainder of any other charges. So it's just the actual time providing service that you're looking at.
There's not a service and supply piece that gets added onto that much.
It's been fairly minimal.
Okay. I was curious if there was outgoing expenses for monitoring equipment, those kinds of things, if that was significant or not.
Yeah, the SNS is something we definitely do have to investigate more, but it's been pretty marginal of late.
Cool, thanks.
Rick.
Yeah. So Tim, just to enhance communication is always a challenge of any organization. So either, maybe a suggestion is to share this, and maybe you did share this information in the invite, so I apologize for missing that. But if, to make sure it's clear, I'm not sure if there's something we could do differently. If you need a member of the committee to kind of go through this with you and to make sure, if that's something, I could sure be helpful, because I'm probably, representative, a person who's not attuned to the ODF budget process. And so taking it for the rest of us could be helpful. Or how do we share, what's the critical information, how we share this? Obviously, you spent time putting all these numbers together. I don't want you to be inefficient. Your time is precious, and I want to make best use of that time as well and respect that. So your process as well is our time. So and then what are the critical, you're sharing information. Is there a particular ask you're asking this committee here? Is there a feedback, or is this just FYI? It really doesn't matter if you understand it or not. I presented it, and that's it. So I challenge us to think about that.
Yeah, I think the ask is it useful for you all, and what's missing from what you need? And I think I got some pretty decent answers so far, so that it met its intention with it. We want to provide the information for you to advise on the use of the fund, which is one of the charges for the committee. So I'm going to take you up on that offer, Rick, and when Stacy gets back, we'll have her pull some of these graphics together and see if we can make sure that they're in English and not in ODF terminology. And if they hit the mark, we'll definitely have better products for the next time this comes out. And but the 2 sheets here are in the invite for the meeting. So they'll be online as well as just meeting materials that we reviewed today. But definitely,
If I'm to put a bow on your last bullet point there about the opportunities for investment, I think, at least speaking for myself, personally, until we've got a good sense of where our revenues meet our expenditures out into the future, I'd like to hit pause on investing in any additional program improvements, or effectively, let's just call them costs, right? Until we see what our future looks like a little more clearly. And then I guess to that vein, Rick, I was just going to ask you, one of the critical inputs was that, the federal pause on burning. And if you have a sense of, ops normal now moving forward, and kind of we can get back to expecting what those pre-2020 burn levels were for you guys.
The short answer, yeah, ops back to normal. It's a little bit more involved for us to get approval for burn internally, but I expect us to resume. And I don't know if, Tim, did you have the spring accomplishment reports available to you? You could probably see that what the Forest Service was able to do. We had a little slow start to the burn season as the rains and the cooler weather lasted until about mid-May. So we really, missed that April opportunity that we normally have. And but I think by the time, so we only got really about a month of burning in where we would normally have a couple months. And I don't know if that's true. You saw that statewide or not. So that was more the factor, I think, for us than the prescribed fire pause this spring.
Yeah, the weather, I think, had a hamper on it, but you guys did really good in the Deschutes County trying to take every advantage to get some of that off landscape. I haven't seen the acres from the spring, but I think Gary might have some of that information this afternoon for us about what it looks like. James.
I just wanted to add to that, something for this group, I think it's important, with climate change, we are seeing those burn windows shrinking in various directions. You guys are well aware of that, but I mean, that will have an impact on all these numbers and processes that we're talking about. And it sure does seem to be hit and miss. 1 year is a great year and 3 or 4 years with no windows at all. So just heads up on that, something to keep in our back of our minds.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing, and even on the private lands with the compartmentalizing or partial burns instead of a full, just to take advantage of the weather that we do get. But economies of scale and being able to pay for it and still cover your costs is a whole different. Then you start teetering on that edge of what you can do and without going in the red. Okay, I will take this as a close for that topic. Next one up is an awareness topic, and I'll start introducing these a little bit more so, Rick, about the purpose of what they're on the agenda for. So that'll provide a little more insight. So the smoke management program metrics have been a stem or kind of pulled out of the last program review. They've taken a while to get to a place of implementation, but I think the last meeting we had was left with some very minor comments, and then there was and pretty much they accepted the comments that were there, and then they're ready for prime time. So this is an informational topic primarily about these what the committee has pulled together for the agencies to monitor, and then after today, we'll start pulling together what the previous years, how they fit into these topics, so we can do some retroactive reporting And then following this, these will be a section in the annual smoke management report. So that's what will be integrated in there. So share my screen. So, and just briefly go over kind of the big rocks of them, of necessarily the details. Eventually I'll get all the IT issues I had today sorted out. There's been a lot of gremlins and in my computer.
Rough going.
So essentially, the background is pretty solid. You'll find this in your meeting invite as well for the committee members and agency folks. Definitions stayed fairly the same of what you've seen previously, and then the goals of the smoke management plan was taken right out of the rules. So these are all built off of the goals to make so we can identify if we're meeting the marks. And then get into measurement. We wanted to make sure that they were measurable and implementable in current state. And then move what we did is we utilized a lot of them were common. We consolidated the mention of an annual report and the audit portions of it, and pretty much said that the status of the performance metrics will be documented in an annual report presented to SMAC. That'll be done here shortly. It'll be an attachment to the 2022 report this time, and it'll be integrated in the future. The reports will be based on audits of a minimum of 1% of prescribed burns conducted over the reporting period. And that was consistent across. So we consolidated all of that, and we're going to use the annual report as the communication tool for this information. So what are performance measures? Minimizing smoke emissions. The goal, minimize smoke emissions resulting from prescribed burn. Pretty straightforward. Yeah. So clean burns. Goal number 2, provide maximum opportunity for essential forest land burning. Protect public health by avoiding intrusions. So the intrusion definition was adjusted in 2019. That we still want to avoid them. That's a key performance metric for ODF in the implementation of the program to the state legislature. So we don't want to intentionally cause intrusions. Increase cross-agency collaboration and coordination with other state smoke management programs. Not only state programs, but also other state or within the state of Oregon, but also externally. Complying with the state and federal air quality and visibility requirements. Those are integrated in our EPA sideboards. Increase smoke management communication at the local level and across stakeholders. That's a reference to community response plans. Also having some tie-ins work with the media work that ODF undertook this spring as well. We're going to be highlighting that. Good communication builds social license. Future deliverables were all consolidated into the bottom here. So as opportunities develop, we can look at integrating some of these in. These essentially are items that the system won't, or either the systems or capacity or the infrastructure is not in place to capture yet, but wanted to have a place to put those. So working through decreasing unauthorized smoke emissions, review of open burning opportunities, monitoring effectiveness, the impacts of smoke on visibility and prescribed burning impacts, or who the correct agency is, plume smoke impacts, number of hours burned annually, and then improving public communications.
Do we have a metric for hours?
That was tabled because we don't, or I think the ODF doesn't have a way of getting viable reporting for that. So that one was tabled for now. So that's the gist of the metrics, and that's summarizing into where the program was, hitting the high points. There are some details, but we tried to make sure, based on the last several meetings of making sure that everything was measurable and actually implementable. So with that was the theme throughout. James.
I wonder if it's possible to provide some feedback. That first goal performance metric on minimizing smoke emissions. I'm wondering if we couldn't specify that to actually be smoke emissions on something like a per tonnage basis, so that we're very clear that we're trying to minimize the the emissions from a particular fuel bed not reducing the number of acres to reduce the amount of smoke. Does that make sense? Because the deliverables in there I'm seeing are, about timing, covering of the fuels to reduce. Basically, we're trying to reduce the amount of emissions per ton. We're not trying to reduce the number of acres. We're trying to reduce that integrated point of time for the emissions.
So can you say that one more time of what your recommendation was? Was it, because I heard tons and per acre, and I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, so I think something along the lines of minimizing smoke emissions on a per ton basis. So that we're tying the emissions to the fuels being consumed, not tying emissions to
Number of acres.
a burn or a unit. We're looking to, cover whatever, say 10,000 acres of burning or more, hundreds of thousands of acres across the state. We want to maintain that. We just want to reduce the emissions on the per tonnage basis by having smarter ignition.
Yeah, and that would tie into the deliverables of utilizing PE coverings, making sure piles are dry, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
That would make more sense to have it per ton. Otherwise, you're kind of pitting timber acres versus grazing acres.
Yep. And you're also opening the door for people to argue that we should be reducing acreage to reduce our smoke impact rather than acknowledging that there's sort of some minimum emissions that we're going to be able to do and cover the same. Well, you see what I'm getting at. So I'll stop there before I confuse the issue.
Does anyone have an issue with that change?
I have a question. So are you going to change then number 2 to also be tonnage?
Well, and we've got to jam up because one of our deliverables is increasing tonnage.
But those aren't inconsistent with one another. What we're saying is we want to increase tonnage, we want to increase the burning, but we want to use the tools.
Same page. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the increased trend in burning acres, in getting acres accomplishment is a part of I would characterize that as part of a communication tool. People know what an acre is. But I would say that leaving it as tonnage for goal 1 would be worthwhile because that demonstrates that we want to have properly cured and ready to burn fuels, or that we're trying to promote good burning and not having dirty burns.
Exactly.
So I think there still is enough, because number 1 is smoke emissions and number 2 is opportunity. Opportunity is acres. So I think that we're still, I think we avoid getting into a bind. Okay. Great catch. Any other comments on these in general? I appreciate the committee's persistence and patience with developing goals that cross 3 different agencies and trying to get them in place. So
yeah, Margaret, great job and Rick leading that. Thank you.
It's been a lot of work. So
I can't believe we're still looking at it. I'm just kidding.
Well, I'll stop sharing that.
I'm just kidding.
So next steps in this is we'll walk through the data and get them posted, and we'll see how far back we can go with them. I'd like to start at least in where we had the rule change.
Yeah.
And get that going. If we can get previous data in there showing that the new rules help. We did increase PE coverings with the new rules and that kind of stuff. So if what we have data on, we retroactively fill, and then we'll get that posted online, and then we'll have this as part of the annual report from here on out.
And then is the goal to then, report to the SMAC on the performance metrics? Will we kind of add a section to future SMAC meetings that are like performance metric check-in, and instead of it being discussing what those are, it'll be talking about how far we've come.
Yep, what we're seeing, how they're implemented. It can be part of the, when we do a spring burning summary, it could be just part of that topic too. So I'd envision the annual report comes out generally in June. And I think that having it as a topic of discussion and then focus on the metrics, the outcomes of the metrics on that report would be valued for that. But I'll let as we develop the agendas, leave it to the committee to see what they want to hear.
Yes. I did just get a message from Gabriella. She said, could you let them know that she misspoke, that they did not, OHA, she just double checked, and actually they did not get new funding for air filtration devices from the legislator.
Huh. That's what I had inferred, but that's a bummer. I was.
Yeah, so
She was right, and I was wrong.
That's a continued discussion downtown. When you bring 11 agencies together for wildfire response and then only fund 2 of them after the first biennium, it creates some significant challenges. But I know there's only so many funds to go around, and it's kind of work with leverage partnerships where we can.
Now she knows why last week was tough. So I was in the same boat.
well, this whole session's been tough for me. So.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate Rick and James's patience as we ignite this over our assessment.
I do have a question.
Yep.
I remember when we first started looking at these performance metrics, we were trying to develop some awareness of those things that this program could affect. And we know that prescribed fire could have effects on wildfire smoke and wildfire. And I think somehow in the process that got dropped out of the performance metrics. And I know I certainly want to talk about this afternoon when we get into the effectiveness of the program. But we talked, Margaret, you mentioned this being a risk management program in some way to look at it. So I still think about this like a big tube filled with air, and we're squeezing on one part and not really paying attention to the other part, and the other part being its effect on wildfire smoke. And so this might not be the place to address it, but I was certainly hoping we wouldn't lose track of those metrics. And somehow they seem to got dropped from the performance report. Could one of you kind of maybe help refresh my memory why we dropped them?
Rick, I'd have to look at older versions to know exactly which ones were dropped, but I can look at an older version unless Tim knows.
I would propose this, Rick, and I would guess that it was trying to figure out how to implement it. The ask of if you want to send over some verbiage, we can always, I mean, this can be more of a living thing, and we can document future deliverables in here. And then once it's figured out how we can actually implement them, then we can integrate it in as a metric. Or it's important to the committee to have that as a measuring tool. We can keep evolving what's being done.
Maybe the easy way to start with that is I believe DEQ does a nice report on the wildfire smoke impacts. And so linking to that report and, eventually, seeing if there's any relationship in the data between the two. That's not something I would expect DEQ to take or ODF to take on right now, but maybe that's a project for researchers or something like that. But just the recognition that this committee recognizes that those two features are interrelated, and they keeping our eye on being aware of the potential impacts for that, I think, is a good first step. Thanks.
Are you envisioning, Rick, maybe like a GIS exercise of wildfire footprints and where they interact with past fires? How would we measure that in your mind?
Well, we already have that information from one of our databases. I think it's the Fuel Treatment Effectiveness Monitoring Database. So we could, some of this information exists already.
Yeah.
But I think as a committee, being aware of this, so we could talk about that a little bit more. And to be honest with you, I don't have, a specific vision in mind other than just, the continual recognition that what we're doing here has an effect or can have an effect on wildfire smoke and public health and environmental justice. And the risk associated not just with smoke, but with the other values, the highly valued resources and assets that are used in the quantitative wildfire risk assessment, all those types of things. So, we're a factor. This program is a factor in the bigger picture. So I don't want to lose sight of the interaction between these two. Whether, how we include that in the report, it should be included, whether it be links, to try and take advantage of, maybe just some summary statements might be a simple way to begin with. And then seeing if we could track some trends. But I defer to my fellow committee member, previous fire ecologist, James Dickinson, who probably has a lot more insights on the relationship and what metrics are tracked than I do. So he would be a great person to be involved in that conversation.
Yeah, I second. I think that's a really, I think that would be a good future deliverable. I think that it is an inherently spatial based analysis, but I think we at least have the some of the keystones that we could use, at least to coarsely, analyze that with some effort to establish that methodology. And Rick's probably right. That probably is a little more of a researchy kind of question to start with. But he already mentioned the FTEM, and I'd actually throw out that Rick's work on the airshed backwards meteorology work that he did. I know that's not the right term, Rick, apologize.
I like it.
But I think that, those are a couple of keystone pieces that would give us some indications of that. Probably the hardest part, I think, would be not real time, but rather fire perimeter progressions and accuracy of those. But that's getting in the weeds, and something that we could hand off to somebody else to figure out.
So Rick, you're making me add things to here. Does this kind of capture what your question is?
Yeah, that's touching base on it, emissions and impacts. And we'll talk about this a little bit more this afternoon when we talk about program effectiveness. Okay. So we could make this an ongoing, as you said, a living document, an ongoing discussion. And we're not going to cover it all here in this particular session today.
Rick, I did try to pull up some previous versions and I'm not seeing one, but I do remember us mentioning the wildfire smoke trends report at some point in the series of meetings that we've had about this. But I think that, yeah, if we place it there, maybe there's an opportunity to, as Tim is working to, review the history, he's going to obviously have to reach out to me to get the DQ side of things. Maybe we can talk about what it would look like to periodically, look at these future ones, because as we review how we've done, we may find that there are areas where we're doing really well, and we might want to add a new performance metric because we're doing good in certain sections. So I'm happy to be a part of that, Tim, and you can let the action items reflect that. I will help you.
Sounds good. With that, we'll get these I'll add the 2 comments and get them posted online as soon as we can, and they'll be up there with the annual report as well, and all the other documentation as we implement them. Appreciate all the hard work and all the dialogue. I do have, let me save it first. Looking at the agenda, have a bit of a proposal, or I guess asking for ideas of what would the committee would like to next. I would propose maybe we go into that, since we're on the topic, maybe this management rule effectiveness, and bump that up and see if that'll carry us to lunch.
It's up to you. I'm happy to keep the agenda rolling, that's for sure.
I think Gary's going to be joining us at 1 o'clock, so that may hopscotch him. Seeing no one complain or arguing otherwise, we'll let's hop into that one, Rick, and that has a good tail into what you want to of your thoughts, and we can keep rolling with it. So we've been going through smoke management rule effectiveness. This has been kind of I believe it's growing from a 10 or 15-minute agenda item, kind of getting some updates and some thoughts to now we got 30 minutes to dialogue with it, or today 45. And what we're looking at with this is we're waiting through legislative session for it to close out to really dial in next steps in the program, and also get the metrics, get an opportunity for the metrics to get retroactively filled out so we can see where we're at. And that'll feed into it. I think we're seeing a few trends as we go through, but highlighting been a lot of dialogue with groups about community response plans over the course of the spring, and some of those other new aspects of the program that I think the public at large has really enjoyed that engagement and communication tools. So as far as the rulemaking process, we're starting to walk through that with stakeholders. We have a requirement with the Secretary of State to go through some basic questions, and essentially did the rules hit the mark, and ODF is working through that. I'd like to introduce Ryan Miller, if you can pop his camera on. Hopefully he's in. So Ryan will be essentially carrying a lot of this workload with ODF as we walk through the process with it, and kind of in the info gathering stage. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Ryan, and then we'll engage the rest of the group here.
Yeah, hey everybody. It's good to be here and good to see some faces to names, and I hope to get to know you guys better as I kind of plow through this task here. And so really today's about an introduction to what I'll be embarking on over the next few months. And so as you heard Tim reference, we have requirements to make sure the rules are being reviewed, and the key there is, are they still effective, are they still valid, or are there updates that need to happen? And so I think this is a really good timing for this conversation to follow up the KPM discussion that was just had. And so ultimately that's what matters, is, you know, the key performance measures are what are indicators of what we're looking for, and is this program doing what it's supposed to do. That's all done within the constraints of the rules that are in OARs. And so it's sort of like making sure that we're meeting our obligations and requirements. The key, again, I'm just repeating myself, but the key performance measures are really the you know, getting into the weeds and the nuts and the bolts of it. And so what I intend to do, and Tim mentioned it a little bit, so the official requirements of the rule review are really basic. Is it effective or not? And are there any changes needed or not? And is the rule, in fact, it says, is the rule still needed or not? And so those don't really inform us a whole lot. And so what needs to happen is some more conversations and dialogues, and some time for you all to dig into the rules. And then I want to follow up with you in conversations, either in a group setting or individually, and, kind of talked through ideas, brainstormed, making sure the rules are not a limiting factor in what we're trying to accomplish in the program, making sure they're not hindering any of the key performance measures that we've been talking about. And it's also a good place, I think, to start to strategize or brainstorm about what those measures might be. We've done a little bit of that here today, but we can certainly dig into that further, and those can help inform that the rules are effective as they are, or no, they need to be tweaked a little bit to allow for adjusted program goals. And so with that, I'll pause. Is that on track, Tim? And then are there any comments or questions from committee members?
Ryan's got his work cut out for him a bit. Folks probably know the last rule review was fairly substantial. I believe there was 20+ committee members that helped guided that. So that's kind of our starting point, is where we're at. Did people get what they needed? And then bringing that information back to this committee, as well as working with DEQ and OHA to help architect a process as we go through administrative rule changes. I know on our federal partner side, they probably know that process well when any regulatory embarking on the federal side is the formalities that need to go through that, and it's very process driven, but we want to make sure that voices are heard and that we can be effective in the processes that are being designed. So reminder that is open it up. I saw Rick still hanging out there, but for any committee members, if there's any direction, I guess, to the department, to OHA or to DEQ that you'd like to see us embark, or feedback or information to bring back to feed the committee, is the dialogue here of what you're hearing or where you'd like us to start grabbing that kind of stuff. The timing moves fast as we go through these meetings and progression. So the months go by very quickly, and the more we can get done and inform what we get prepared for January, the better.
I guess speaking for myself, I'm probably ill prepared to have anything, very deeply thought out relative to that. I guess where my brain is initially at is that it's tough knowing how effective we've been since the last review, because there was just so much disruption from 2019 to now, for so many different ways. And somehow I guess that needs to be something we factor in, probably, right? But I haven't thought deeply enough about this yet. I need to ruminate on it.
Yeah, and Kyle, that's fair. I think, this is a lot to digest, and there's a lot of weeds here. And to your point, I almost think there's two pathways. Are we accomplishing our goals as kind of lined out in our performance measures? And then there's our statutory requirement to review the rule. And those are a little bit different, but we kind of want to do a hybrid, because it's a great conversation. And so one accomplishes the other. And so the official rule review doesn't really further the conversation at all. It's literally, did it achieve its intended effect? Well, that doesn't really tell us a lot. And so maybe keep that in mind. Is the way I think about it is, are the rules hindering our efforts, or are there rules that we could put into play that would help us be more successful in what we're trying to do? And kind of in that context, as opposed to, are we effective? And that's more of a KPM report than this.
I'll go ahead and chime in. Yeah, let me lower my hand here. So Ryan, nice to meet you. Thank you. It's great to have you on board, and I appreciate your efforts in this direction. So two thoughts come to mind. One is how are we doing with the new rule since the rule change? And I have heard discussion that the 1 hour exemption has certainly allowed for more opportunity for burning in some communities. And we may be able to put together some metrics on that one for you. I think ODF has some of that data for example, Bend and the West Bend project area particularly. And I don't know what kind of that data looks like around the state, but I bet we could look at that and pull that information for you. And we could point to the number of community smoke response plans that have been put in place. Probably cannot point to health metrics that demonstrate that because the data, we're limited by the available data that health authority is able to collect right now. But that should not be implied to mean that there's not benefits. So if that type of information is going to be helpful to you, I think that's a low bar task that we could accomplish. Okay. Now, do the rules need to be changed? It depends what we're trying to do. For years, we've kind of recognized we want to limit the harm of smoke from prescribed burning. We want to maintain healthy air quality. Now, we recognize that smoke is bad and there's no levels of smoke that are safe, but we've come to some agreement upon what the laws are, federal, state, local laws. And we have a program that has been able to meet the requirements of both the state and the EPA. And so we've been focusing on a lot of the aspects of protecting human health from prescribed fire. In the recent years, we've learned that wildfire has a much bigger footprint or can have a much bigger footprint than smoke from prescribed burns. It could affect a lot more people. It could unfairly or impact communities that don't have enough resources to protect themselves. So there's that environmental justice component. And there's some evidence now. There's a new paper just came out by Mikado Kelp out of Harvard University and some others. Just came out in an AGU publication where he really looks at this type of thing and looks at how prescribed fire could help. And along with some other research, some of mine included, demonstrate that when we do prescribed burns in areas upwind of communities, upwind during the wildfire season, there's less fuels available for those wildfires to burn. So then we get less smoke from those subsequent fires. It can happen. It doesn't always happen. If it happens at a large enough scale, the modeling is showing it can make a really big impact, particularly on the west side where there's very heavy fuels. Okay, so that's probably good news for BLM who wants to do more work on the west side. So we've seen, like just in the news this week, how smoke from wildfires could impact Canada down into Chicago and Washington, DC. Our fires we've seen travel across the country and certainly impact communities far beyond Bend, Redmond, beyond those immediate communities. So, and we also know that by doing more fuel treatments in combination with fire prevention programs and fire suppression programs, that we could really reduce the risk to communities, to public infrastructure, watersheds, habitat for wildlife and vegetation, recreation areas, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a lot of benefits from that. And so I would suggest that maybe it's time to rethink our goals here. Is it really to reduce the risk from just smoke from prescribed burning, or is this an opportunity to look at the bigger picture and think about how do we reduce, what does the greatest good? How can we do the greatest good as part of this program? Is it not just what's currently available to us by regulation, but if there's a need for change in rules to address the bigger risk, How do we do that? And who has to be involved in that? And that's a discussion that includes EPA. Now, I do know that EPA, the Government Accountability Office, just released a report in the last 6 months, recognizing the different direction that this federal land managers, the Congress has given to the federal land managers in addressing the wildfire crisis, as compared to the Federal Environmental Protection Agency to protect air quality. They basically instructed the agencies to work together. And we're seeing a new era of collaboration. Of course, I would argue that Oregon's been ahead of that curve. We've been collaborating for years about these things, as demonstrated by the last change smoke management plan. I think we need to continue moving in that direction. And that's why I push for looking at some of these metrics and rethinking about smoke. And if we have less opportunities in the future to burn and the pressure there is, and we'd much rather have fire under our terms than Mother Nature's terms for better outcomes. But what does that mean? How do we go about that in a smart manner? You know, certainly protecting communities has got to be part of that equation. Having every community out there that receives smoke being ready for smoke, having a better system out there for forecasting that smoke. And how do we measure the benefits or the differences? Is that even, I mean, that's theoretical what I'm talking about right now. But how do we do that as a practical manner? And how does the data demonstrate that? Where's the evidence going to be for that as we move forward? And that's a real paradigm shift for us. But that's kind of our current situation and our future, as best I understand the research in terms of climate change and wildfire research and prescribed fire research as well. So that's where my head is going in terms of, do we need some real changes? I think there's absolutely a great opportunity for reconsideration here at this time. So I'm sure that could be very controversial in some respects, but I think having the discussion in an open and frank manner and respectful manner would be a real positive. Thank you.
Yeah, I think a couple comments or takeaways from what you just said. I appreciate all those thoughts. You know, one, you said, you kind of indicated that maybe we don't have the numbers to inform everything at this point. I think qualitative response or qualitative assessment is just as important in this case, especially in the rule review. And so I think that's, you know, we have what we have, and it doesn't mean that we're not going to have a good feedback loop underway. So that's great. And then secondly, yeah, as far as, you know, this is up for a great discussion. I think it's a good opportunity to really dive into it. And that's, you know, I didn't do a really good introduction of my role within the agency, but that's one of the reasons I'm around, is to hopefully be able to dive into what is a rule and what is a key performance measure and where they fit together, and do we need a new rule versus a metric for measuring the effectiveness of the program? Maybe it's both. I don't know. I'm not coming into it with an agenda for sure, but I want to facilitate that. And so appreciate your comments. And then it also reminded me that I should probably back up a little bit and just do an actual introduction of myself and what my role is within ODF, and maybe what you know, what kind of capacity I can provide. And so that said, within ODF, I work for Tim in the protection division, and my official title is pretty vague, but it's administrative rules specialist. And so I kind of view that, and I haven't run this by Tim, so I'm not sure Tim will approve, but a bit of a consultant within the protection division. I like to think that this is my 24th year with ODF. So I've been in Salem for 14 of those years, and then I was in John Day as a unit forester, a stewardship forester, and a variety of different management positions. And so my hope is that I can bring some capacity to Tim in the protection division to help kind of further these conversations. Certainly not the expert. You know, that's why you guys are all part of this. That's why I work for Tim. And so, you know, that being said, is a little bit better of an introduction of myself and what my role might be. That's helpful.
kind of want to tee in on off of what Ryan said there. So he is our liaison with this, which is why I wanted to introduce him to the group. Also, thinking about, you know, some of the new opportunities that did come out of the last review with the community response plans, and where those in particular have been leveraged around the state. We have them in Ashland, Wallowa, Bend, in different areas. Are there maybe communities or folks or organizations in those areas that have either leveraged or have been impacted by those that maybe direct Ryan to maybe look for some input from them or some feedback? So that's just kind of part of it as well. We did try some new things. We don't have full quantitative data for all kinds of reasons, but that is one avenue where we did significantly change the program, where we're in you know, those folks who have experienced smoke incidences versus intrusions. We're even on the implementation side of utilizing that adjustment of definition. Did it promote more burning? Did it get areas where we haven't been able to get to for a few years? So both sides of that coin as well. Looking at the new tactics that were adjusted and modified the program in 2019, and making sure we are getting feedback from the right folks, so that we have a full picture to be able to present to the committee.
So I was thinking, Ryan, Scott Hansen, non-industrial forest land representative. I was thinking, you know, besides, we talked earlier to Gabrielle about visits to the emergency room, and that's, you know, that's of interest, I think. But a couple other areas are, did these people in these local communities, by getting the community response plan, were they able to take care of their health better in their homes, you know, and not have to go to an emergency room. And then something, I don't know if we could measure this, but these units, you know, that are residing within the homes that are filtration devices and so forth, is there any way to quantify have those increased, you know, over time here because of people being more knowledgeable? And I don't know how you would gather that data exactly, but I mean, whoever the department stores or whoever that's selling these units, that would be perhaps helpful information too, you know. So it's not just people that are harmed, but are they protecting themselves better, you know, as we go into a prescribed burn to, you know, to not have a bad outcome. And so any of those were two ideas I'll just throw out. Thank you. Margaret.
Yeah, so I think I'm right on board with what all y'all are mentioning, and I wanted to kind of touch on some of the things that I think Rick was talking about in terms of you know, bigger picture. And in one performance, you know, metric or strategy that at DQ we are trying to get better at is cumulative impact assessments in the work that we're doing. And I think where that starts is really identifying the co-benefits and the trade-offs that happen with this body of work. And so I think that there's a lot of opportunity to identify those co-benefits, those trade-offs, and then think about, you know, how any future changes to the rules may impact those co-benefits and those trade-offs. And I don't know if there's like guidance that's out there about looking at things, you know, through a cumulative impact sort of lens, but I think that it's worth doing. And I'm also a big advocate of, when you do identify those co-benefits and those trade-offs, is there a way that you can, you know, increase the benefits and at the same time simplify the rules? And I'm a huge fan of some certain components of the rules being simplified. For instance, I've never really loved it being tied to forest land classification, and hearing that, you know, the certified burn boss program is going towards district instead of forest land classification. Those seem like low-hanging fruit in terms of they could simplify the rules And so I'm happy to be involved. Obviously, I got to be involved. But I just wanted to touch that. I think, what Rick is saying about, kind of thinking bigger picture makes sense. And then I absolutely love the idea that I kind of both Tim and Scott were just mentioning in terms of like, who can we get involved? Because I think that, there's co-benefits that are at sort of this higher level when we're talking about emissions and climate and forest health, but there's also those co-benefits like what Scott's just mentioning on community protectiveness and weatherization and preparedness. So yeah, I guess that's what my 2 cents, and it's going to be exciting. It's going to be a lot of work, but I'm here to help.
Cool, thanks.
I know Ryan's got his work cut out for him in getting this process jump started. Folks who are new, and this might be for James in particular, the smoke management plan is generally reviewed every 5 years, but the agencies have up to a 10-year window to do that. And due to all the implementation and new programs with Senate Bill 762 in 2021, we tactfully delayed this for a little bit and the intent was to try to get a little more non-COVID burn year data to be able to feed some of these decisions. However, that there was other things that had similar impacts as COVID did over the last few years. So as we do program design, it's holistically, it's good to get this feedback, because then we can identify where there's opportunities and challenges, and also which areas, is it performance, is it policy, is it implementation, is it the rules, or is it the, is it the law? That's part of the framework with it, and we can identify where to move tactfully and what we can influence to make the program successful and hit those outcomes that are important to us.
Yeah, I think that last point you just made, Tim, or at least one of them within there, is the one thing I'd love to be able to figure out is where are our bottlenecks, right? And like you said, is it the law or is it the rules? I have my strong suspicion that it's probably a federal air quality standard. But then what does that mean to our program and the limitations on how much accomplishment we can get? And I think that's an important, right? We talk about that anecdotally quite a bit, at least on my side of the fence. But it's an important story for Oregon to tell as we're trying to accomplish all these acres in order to create a safer place for everybody to live. And there's no, like, if there's a real honest Oregon story that some of those standards, I think this next conversation about lowering the annual threshold is a good example, right? Where they're kind of doing that out of it with good intentions, but in a different, right? The things that are going into that are well outside of what we're trying to accomplish here, and it's driving the boat for us. And we need to have a good way to communicate that well beyond just right here.
Realize that when I move my head and it moves on the screen and it moves on the projector, it's all at different times.
Oh,
It's tweaking him out right now, I can tell.
One thing I do want to touch about the comment that it's like a federal air quality thing is just that, I think that EPA has really been demonstrating that they want to also come to the table and talk about, how to prioritize prescribed fire. One thing that maybe the SNAC isn't aware of is that we are working with EPA and the Forest Service to do a tabletop exercise to talk about how do we prioritize prescribed fire while staying in, compliance, and what does that look like? And I do want it to be noted that the NACs, we built our rules on the 24-hour, not the annual, and
Right.
So we're not gonna, there's a difference between that. And as long as the 24 is protective of the annual, which we're hearing from EPA that no matter what they change the annual to, the 24 will still be protective, then it shouldn't have this drastic change to our program. But I do think that there's a lot of opportunity to, like I said, those co-benefits, those trade-offs, like what does alternatives look like? Where are there ways to open up some space in the airshed so that we can get some of that priority land burnt, while also still, you know, possibly having more renewable energy from biomass for biofuels. So I think that there's some opportunity there, and maybe we could utilize, Tim, the biomass utilization working group with the rule and the folks that are on that. You were mentioning who should we bring in. There's a lot of folks, a lot of stakeholders on that group.
I think the fact that Aaron Tigwa from the EPA joins these calls pretty regularly shows the region's dedication to prescribed burning. So where we can integrate them more into the business, to, you know, they can carry some of the understanding we have. I think it's a value of partnering multiple federal agencies and state agencies together. So as Rick mentioned, we're well ahead collaboratively wise than most other regions. So it's nice to hopefully be able to work through and lead that process and show how the systems can work at a bigger scale. Oh, Rick, you had to put the state risk map into the chat.
It's not just for insurance purposes anymore. Sorry.
For sake of jumping fully into the lake on this one, the risk map will be walking through. Senate Bill 80 did have some adjustments to that map as well, and so that's one of the things I'll be doing over the next 9 months at least, is working with groups on that route making and that kind of stuff. So a lot of concurrent processes going, but all of them hopefully going close to the same general direction, at least between north and west, or north and east, and if they're all in at least one quadrant, we're in a good spot.
It's the most polite way to say that there's way too much happening I've ever heard. Concurrent processes going on.
So
that risk map, I think, could be really valuable to us, because what it infers is, you know, the risk from wildfire is not equal across the state. There are certainly certain locations that are identified as much higher risk. And why not take advantage of that type of product that's developed? Say, in these areas, we know we need to do more to reduce the risk of fires. And we could look at our prescribed fire program that way as well and say, all right, in these areas, perhaps we would consider, allowing for bigger burns, with the trade-off, like we've already have built the model for what a community resilience program looks like this smoke, and maybe we can improve upon those. But so we're going to go bigger in an effort to address this risk, and it could have big, none of those risk maps consider smoke. It's all just flames based, so to speak, direct fire impacts, not smoke. But then, but in those areas, we assume that the risk from wildfire is worse than the risk from smoke and prescribed burning. And of course, both of those have a probability associated with it, right? Because we all recognize that a prescribed fire could escape and have awful consequences. But there's a greater probability for a fire starting on the landscape due to lightning or human cause. And so in the consequences of once we get a wildfire on the landscape, or you have a much greater potential for higher risk than fire. So kind of thinking about it that way. I don't have all the answers. I'm just asking this might be an opportunity to rethink this and have some more discussion and perhaps rule changes that can help address the greater risk. Thanks.
I like the thought of integrating different items together. It almost makes sense within the bureaucracy of utilizing the tools we have. That one also has identifies where the wildland urban interface is according to state law as well. So that it does have some tools worth exploring there, Rick. I'm glad you brought it up. I just know I have a workload with it. The one note, it's got coined as a hazard map now instead of a risk map. So we're working through that, because think of it as how the floodplain is just an area that's identified as a hazard. So, but it fits well into what you're speaking about with it, where there's areas on the landscape where hazards exist, and we should prioritize ways of mitigating some of the hazards to the best of our abilities.
Yeah, and I haven't seen the latest state map and know what every layer that's involved in there, but I believe it involves a quantitative wildfire risk assessment in there, and maybe there's other layers too.
Yep, and that should be updated, I think, sometime this summer, which is good timing.
Awesome.
James, you've been very patient.
Yeah, well, not that patient, actually. I was just gonna say, I don't disagree with Rick, but I think that's a really complicated, a more complicated proposal than just, prioritizing, based on a hazard map now. Because one can make an equal argument, right? We've got 120 years of fire suppression. Maybe it makes more sense to actually, where you have the latitude and the area and fewer restrictions, to reduce those emission potentials in places away from communities, so that you can get more of that landscape treated, knowing that they will also have an impact on those communities, while you soft put your way through the local community priority work that needs to happen. But yeah, I think one of the important things, though, is, we've got to be, at least from the perspective of this group, we need to be thinking about the risk of smoke, not necessarily the risk of fire, and thinking about how that all plays through. Granted, there is a one-to-one there, but it's not the same relationship. And in all honesty, right, we've got basically our entire forested landscape in Oregon is well departed, needs more than enough fire and fuels treatments if we want to maintain those ecosystems. And what's the value and risks of that versus the values and risks of smoke to communities, et cetera. So really more of a coffee time or over beers at happy hour kind of discussion, but I just wanted to throw it out there so that, we're thinking about it.
Maybe think of the two gentlemen that are sitting on either side of me, and kind of what their use of fire is as a forest management tool, more than a wildfire prevention tool as well. So it's making sure it's multi-benefit. We won't want to give all the exemptions or prioritization towards prevention activities, and we still have the forest management role, which is where the program kind of spawned from. But great point. Thanks for bringing that up, James. With that, so looking at the agenda and looking at the time and about where we're at, any other questions about what we're kind of looking at? That was exactly what I was hoping to get out of the topic today. And I know Ryan takes a lot of good notes, and he's going to be thinking about how to cobble them all together into something that's implementable. Okay, so coming up on the agenda, we got lunch until 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we'll have Gary Votaw joining us for the spring burning overview. And with that, we've already covered the smoke management rule effectiveness portions. So we'll jump, after Gary's done with his, into that 2 o'clock topic, wildfire crisis implementation strategy. And that's the Rick and Margaret show. And I'll be excited to not have to talk for a while. So that'll be looking forward to that. And then we'll have wrap up for the day and then parting thoughts. So that's kind of the afternoon. Appreciate everyone's patience this morning as we had the hiccups getting started, but I think we hit the stride pretty well. So with that, we'll see you all at 1 o'clock. Okay, folks, we're at a 2-minute warning, so we'll get rolling at 1 o'clock. And Gary, I have your presentation queued up here, so I'll share the screen then, and we'll get rolling at right at 1 o'clock sharp.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, it is 1 o'clock. And I believe Rick is just getting his audio back on. So with that, I think we'll be good to go. Gary, if you, looks like you got your presentation all ready to rock. So you have the floor. So it looks like the technology challenge of the day is continuing with some feedback. So we're going to take a quick check-in on Gary's audio and hopefully be started here in a couple minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but there's some awful echoing.
Yeah, let me turn this off. How about now? Oh,
Still a bad echo. Someone has either a mic, you have your mic on, but I think someone within sound distance has their mic on as well. So I don't know if you're in the room by yourself or not, but anyone else in there needs to mic themselves or mute themselves.
Mute, yeah, maybe.
can you hear me now?
Way better.
That seems better to me.
Okay, well, I have both. I have both the desktop and the laptop going because I only get sound if I use the laptop.
That would probably explain it. So, and
I
here if you
will,
want,
I will get this going then.
otherwise I can drive for you.
Try this again. Not yet.
Jerry, I can share it for you if you'd like.
Okay, that might have to, can you see my screen?
Yep. So, here, I'll drive.
Okay. All right, well, are we ready to go?
All yours.
All right, well, I think one thing I'd like to do is give a spoiler. Kind of the primary takeaway from the slides you're about to see is that we are doing more burning. The rules allow more burning, so we are doing it. And I think the slides you'll see point that out. So we did have one smoke intrusion, as you can see, and down at the bottom we have the intrusion thresholds for SSRAs. For SSRAs, the 1 hour PM 2.5 is still 70, except for the cities that have 1 hour exemptions, and I believe it's still 3 cities with that exemption, being Ashland, Bend, and Enterprise. And again, we still have the 26 PM 2.5 for 24 hours, and then the max at 35. So, but we did have 29 smoke incidents because of the increased burning. Part of this is there wasn't as much burning going on in the deep forest. I think part of that was delayed because of the deep snowpack, but a lot of the burning that we have been doing has been close to the SSRAs. Now, 12 of the smoke incidents have been would have been smoke intrusions under the old rules. But 11 of those 12, the PM 2.5 stayed below 70. And you know, we wouldn't have been able to do those at all if we had known that we'd get any smoke at all into the SSRAs. And so we have been able to do more. So next slide, please. These numbers are courtesy of Christina Clemens. I appreciate the help on that. I know you asked for, I think you asked for these numbers earlier. Now, last year, I know we had some issues, most notably of the pause by the U.S. Forest Service for 90 days of no burning because of the New Mexico prescribed burning, and that got away from them, so they paused. And of course, much less burning was done last year because of that. But this year we had some issues too. We had the snowpack delaying burning in the deep woods, and then once the snowpack did go down, the rain seems to shut off, and so what was hoped to have a delay in the wildfire season didn't happen. We dried out too quickly, and so we had the spring burning season truncated at both ends this year. But even so, we burned more than twice as much as we did last year. And I think these numbers are still quite a bit below normal, but I don't have the average numbers over the years off the top of my head are handy. Any question on this slide before we move on? Okay. Move on to the next slide, please. So we did have the one intrusion. This resulted from a prescribed burn about 8 to 10 miles southwest of Bend. During the day, the smoke did get up and out. We were burning with a northeast wind, and the smoke did rise and get out of there, but maybe a little bit of the smoke sank back down during the evening, but surely most of the smoke that did drain down the river valley was due to smoldering. And at the surface, the winds did stay northeast through about 9 p.m. or so, and drainage wind didn't appear to pick up until maybe after midnight. But once it did start, the smoke drained into Bend, went through along the Deschutes River Valley, and then into Redmond. And we didn't think it would drain that far, but it did. And it barely reached the 70 that we, Redmond doesn't have the 1 hour exemption. So it did barely reach intrusion level there. And of course, we had 3 hours of smoke incident at that location too. So next slide. Here's the trace from the nephelometer from Redmond High School. It didn't last very long, but there it is. It didn't even reach Redmond until 6 a.m. It reached Bend more like 3 to 4 a.m. and then kept on going down to the through the Deschutes River Valley. Next slide. So you can see the smoke plume draining through the valley there, where the arrow is. I had thought that it crossed over. I don't know if you can see. Can you see my cursor? Probably not. Over in
You can see the red arrow.
you can.
Yep.
Well, I had thought this was part of the smoke plume also, but that area is green. I don't think it is. I think the smoke plume actually went up the river valley. It would have had to go uphill to go over across the county line, but Redmond is right about here, and it reached Redmond and then proceeded to spread out through the Deschutes River Valley and Crook River Valley after that. So this satellite picture is 1 hour before the Redmond reached 70. So next slide. So I have 3 pages of incidents here. And we can page through however, whatever you want to look at. But in the light blue, I have incidents that would have been intrusions under the old rules. So there are quite a few there that would have been we wouldn't have been able to do if we didn't have a change in the rules. And all but one of those, the values are like 21 to, this is a peak value, 21 to 47 or so, to 54. I think one was at Burns, but only one of them reached 70 in as far as the SSRAs. There are some high values there in non-SSRAs, and one of them was at Sisters. We had an action after action review last week, trying to figure out what we can do about that. So that's all I have. Bottom line is new rules, no burning. So if any discussion.
Gary, could you talk a little bit more about that incident in Sisters
Sisters?
and what you some of the lessons learned, the takeaways from that?
Yeah, in our action, after action review, we tried to learn ways to avoid this in the future, and the biggest takeaway, I believe, was that with the work we've been doing for West Bend should also work at Sisters, because the topography is very similar, and we need to look for alternate days to burn on. And I think so far, it looks like the best day to be burning would be probably a northwest flow, and hopefully the winds at the surface, at least, that would stay northwest or some other direction other than a drainage flow into the evening, or hopefully well into the night, to avoid the smoldering issue. So that's I believe, unless there's one of the others who were in the meeting, was there anything else that that we might be able to add?
Gary, you aware of any complaints by the local folks, or do they not have much to say about the Redmond?
They did talk a little bit about that. I can't remember if there was much negative. Most of the comments were generally positive, realizing that they have to do this in order to protect their homes from wildfire. But hopefully we can keep it from getting to that level again.
Scott, are you talking about the Redmond intrusion or the Sisters?
We're talking about Sisters now.
Okay, I just couldn't, I thought for some reason I heard him say Redmond, but there were 6 in the after action review. We heard about 6 complaints that were brought to the Forest Service, and then we know that there were complaints also brought to Deschutes County, but it you know, that's not that much for how high the Sisters incident was.
Thank you.
There was 2, I wouldn't say they're complaints, but more of just awareness or messages from residences to ODF, letting them know that that this is going on, and they live out of town and passing over their homes. So there was a few, but they weren't. I wouldn't characterize them as complaints either. More of recognition that it was pretty smooth.
I have a generalized comment in terms of stepping back a little bit and looking at some of the problems that we've had in Central Oregon with smoke forecasting. And you know, certainly in the West Bend project area, as well as Sisters, and there might be other locations around the state where the phenomenon that's driving a lot of these smoke intrusions seems to be nighttime drainage flows, right? And so these things happen fairly regularly, this phenomenon, but it seems to me like we're using a synoptic driven model to try to predict these events. And we're somehow surprised that these things happen. And I'm starting to wonder, you know, Nick and I have had some conversation around this, is while the model built for the state smoke management plan has worked really well in many, many locations, 95% of the time. You know, that's a rough statistic, not based upon any analysis. It doesn't work great everywhere. And I'm wondering, do we need to start taking a step back and assessing, in what situations are we missing the forecast? Are we using the ODF model for predicting smoke? Is it necessarily, should we be looking at a different tool, a different methodology for predicting not only these nocturnal drainage events, whether they're going to occur or not, but also what the downwind concentrations will be, like the peak 1 hour. And in previous years, we looked at the blue sky playground model, did quite a bit of analysis for ODF under the guidance of Nick, and discovered that wasn't the right tool. It couldn't predict the winds, or to get the timing right. As well as it's a Lagrangian particle model, which needs at least, and we're using 1 hour averaging times. So when the distance between the prescribed burn, the source of the emissions, and the receptor, that is the community, that transport time is less than 1 hour. That blue sky playground model is not going to be its assumptions don't hold up. Similarly, the assumptions that we use in the ODF forecast model don't always hold up under every circumstance. I think we're seeing that. And so I've started exploring, looking at what is a better tool if we knew if we could accurately forecast those overnight winds pretty well. And I've seen some encouraging results with the AirScreen model, which relies on a Gaussian plume model under stable nighttime conditions. And it can predict these concentrations much better than what we have been using in the past. We haven't had enough case studies really to drive that. We're working together towards developing some more case studies, and that's encouraging on us. But I'm wondering, would it be helpful? Could it be hurtful? Could it be helpful to take a step back and do an assessment on our current smoke forecasting system, and to maybe provide some insights into under what circumstances does it not perform well, and then under those circumstances, let's look at looking at alternative tools or methods to get those forecasts better. And that might be a project that involves DEQ and their technical team. They have some very good modelers over there. Kristen Martin comes to mind as one person, Bill Allen, some others. Nick, Pete, we've talked about this a little bit. Certainly, EPA has many models, the Forest Service has models, there's other research grade models. But I don't think that sisters of my assessment or instinct on sisters and even Redmond is, we have the tools to be able to better predict that. We've got to be able to get ODF to move outside of its current system, current modeling regime, to identify those circumstances in which the existing model probably won't perform well, and start embracing some other tools that probably or can potentially do a better job. And if that's not the case, then we need to approach the research community on this. So,
What's their current model name, Rick?
ODF's current model, they call it the Yonker Parsons Vautow.
Okay.
Nick developed the model based upon empirical. Shouldn't even talk for Nick. He's on the phone. I'll let him talk about his.
I'll put in my 2 cents worth on this. So the original model that was really got started in the 1990s was mainly for burning further out in the forest, and not specifically for very close in units. So generally speaking, units that were mostly probably 5 miles or greater from smoke sensitive receptor area. These situations that we've had sometimes in the Rogue Valley, as well as the Bend area, Sisters, these places we've had to come up with other tools. And part of me coming back on a temporary basis, I looked at about 10 years worth of spring data for where we could burn, or under what situations could we burn in the West Bend area. And I think we're also thinking that may be also helpful for Sisters as well. But we've focused on trying to, as Gary said in the beginning, under northwest flow, basically where you have a ridge offshore and a trough to the east. It has its own troubles, but basically we tried a couple of times One time we got rained out just before the event where we could do the burning. And then on another time, it got too dry on us. But those were both, we looked at opportunities to burn. It just didn't work out this year to be able to do it for either being too wet or too dry. So we're still looking at local tools for the area. We've utilized one in the Ashland area to a lesser degree. In the John Day area also get some drainage problems, but we haven't found a model per se, but just some anecdotal evidence of map typing and wind flow that we think is maybe a better tool, and that would be more of a northwest flow. So we keep it out of the drainage area. With what we have been doing in the past is when we do use a northeast flow, but what happens is that flow works well in the daytime, but then that smoke collects up higher in the drainage, and then we think that part of that drops down south through the Deschutes drainage into Bend, along with the smoldering that occurs with the stumps. So we're trying to get it to where we don't have as much drainage flow of smoke back down into the Bend area overnight, and using a northwest flow and maybe even a southwest flow when we have that opportunity would be a better way to go. So that's about where we are at with the science working in the West Bend area.
Thanks, Nick. Go ahead, Margaret.
Yeah, so something that I wanted to mention based on kind of what Rick is proposing is that we have an opportunity to look at, so although we weren't able to do the West Bend burn because of, you know, the array of things you just heard, we still had 2 salometers there, as well as a wind cube, which is a really very interesting type of monitor that we've never historically had in our state, which gives you transport wind speeds at different heights. So there's a lot of good data that was collected. And so although we weren't able to do the burn, we could still use that data to analyze how the forecasts were during that period of time when those monitors were deployed. So I think there's a really good opportunity to just look at it, learn from it. And, you know, that's something that I think Nick, Pete, Gary, Sherry, and then the DEQ meteorologists could all collaborate on. Our DEQ meteorologist is also working on some forecasting tools that correct some of the, you know, the models that are used across the country so that they are better in Oregon's complex terrains. So although that's particularly for wildfire smoke, she knows that it could be really helpful for the prescribed fire folks as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for some collaboration on kind of what Rick was talking about.
We want to toss in there too. I know this area, we talk about it almost constant. I don't know how many meetings this spring I've had talking about West Bend. And I'm thinking back to sitting in the over in the county commissioner's office with some of the commissioners there, district with Trevor, with Deschutes, and both ODF leadership and DEQ leadership. I try to identify areas where we can test some of the challenges we have. Models get us to one point, but actually doing it and seeing what happens helps feed into the model. So the thought was of getting more burning done to test certain criteria on marginal burn days was the plan going into the spring. And as Nick mentioned, we had some challenges getting that plan implemented, but it was there and moving the needle to try to get more work done and figure out exactly what's going on to build that data layer to help feed our models to refine them. And I think continually refining those models only makes them better. So appreciate all the context and the effort there. This is one area of particular that's a significant challenge, and even the differentiation between first entry and second entry, where second entry is non-existent. as being a challenge. We want to get all the first entry stuff done so that we don't have to worry about it anymore. And the community's on board, and that's why you see with a lot of those with sisters and them of getting that work done, is the community's on board with trying things and having some of these challenges and the lack of, I won't say the lower number of complaints than we've had in the past. I know that that one burn took place right next to the measuring instrument over in Sisters, and that's why it's so high, because it was literally right next to the community, right next to the meter, and that causes some numbers. But the proximity of where the burns are taking place and where those meters are does skew data to an extent on how bad it necessarily is. So we have to take that into extent, but they wanted that protection. The community was on board and supportive of that. So it's it's significantly more than just the model's wrong, or we need to use this or that. I think it's the willingness and the communication and the social license to help build our abilities to refine what we have and to have the tools we need to be successful.
Tim, I agree with you in part. I think it's not clear to me, first off, if ODF predicted the overnight drainage flow or not from Gary's report. I'm wondering if you could answer that question first, Gary, perhaps. Was that a surprise to you, the overnight drainage flow into Sisters or into Redmond? It was either one of those a surprise to you?
If I remember right, I think the forecast for the surface wind was more light and variable that night, and in those conditions, you can almost always expect a drainage flow.
So you did anticipate the drainage flow for both circumstances?
Well, we
right?
said light and variable, and I suppose that should be assumed that.
Okay, and I got to ask some questions, Gary, and I mean them in the greatest respect with trying to improve what we're doing now, not to be critical. But I think it's important that first off, we get a yes or no. Do you expect the drainage flow to happen in the forecast or not? And if we expect the drainage flow overnight, then the question in my mind becomes, well, what kind of concentration and duration, and when do we expect this to occur? Now, those are more finer points, but the first step is knowing whether or not we're even going to get drainage flows or not. So I think that would be helpful, because I'm not quite sure when I hear like, oh, we're going to try this under this new northwest wind or a different wind, if you're expecting drainage flows or not under those circumstances. If you are, then we still need to address the question whether or not, or what are those concentrations we're expecting. And then being able to warn the community, hey, guess what? By 2 o'clock in the morning, we're expecting the smoke to move down these drainages and enter your community. That would be really helpful information for people to know. Number one, they would know, hey, maybe I need to close the windows tonight, right? Or turn on my home air filter system. Just having that's more helpful information to protecting community health than just, oh, right, we tried it under this circumstances, it didn't work. So I think there's more we could do together as partners here in terms of helping and improve our forecast to our communities and having them be more smoke resilient. So and then if the smoke is going to come in, we expect drainage flows. And I think what's really helpful is, what do you predict that overnight wind speed to be down that drainage flow? And the reason it's important, because we know that the faster the wind speed, the more diluted that plume will be. And so it's indirectly related. So if we're going to get a 4 meter per second wind overnight in that drainage, that's a different concentration than a 2 meter, and half of that. You expect double the concentration under a much lighter wind flow. So that's where I kind of want to push you guys a little bit. And I know we haven't done that before, but I think we need to get there.
As far as a speed of the drainage flow, I know that really depends on the slope. When I used to work in Wyoming, we always knew that we get a drainage flow of about 5 miles an hour. But if the slope is steeper, it's gonna be faster. Just like a river.
Well, Well, I think you
Like-
could take that knowledge and apply it to some of these areas that we're looking at where we get these overnight drainage flows.
Right.
And see, can we do better than what we're doing now? And I think what I'm hearing is, yeah, you've got some experience that could help inform that. And rather than a light and variable wind, you could interpret that for us to mean, and guess what? We're going to have those drainage flows tonight. They're going to happen. That smoke is going to move down that drainage. I think that would be a step in the right direction for us.
I think, so for these, I know for this spring, we've been, meteorology folks have been meeting 3 times a week with the Deschutes for burning, for doing some of this planning. So I think as we can carry this conversation into that meeting and have it working directly with the folks who are implementing. So I think that was a new part of the schedule this year. I see that one until we get it move the process further along. It's probably going to be a communication tool that we continue to work with. And I think with Margaret's check in there too, of also expanding that to including some of the Deschutes County Public Health folks so that they know what's in the loop too and can communicate, they can utilize their community response plan they got in place. So with that, I'd like to move on to the wildfire crisis implementation strategy as we keep going through with this and keep moving forward with the agenda. So I believe with that one, we had wanted to talk back in January. We had some updates through a few things. The wildfire crisis was announced by the Forest Service. I believe there was we're up to 3 landscapes in Oregon now. The Mount Hood was the new one that was added the east side of that as well. And with that also is Margaret's been working diligently on creative solutions utilizing air curtain incinerators. With that, as well as mastication and some of the other alternatives. So we kind of bundled this all together into one topic. So I don't know who wants to go first between Rick or Margaret.
I'm still trying to transition from feel like you dismissed me, Tim, and the way you handled that end of the last conversation. So I want to give it over to Margaret while I get my column together, and then I'll re-engage.
Okay, so just so that I'm following, you want me to talk about the air curtain incinerator one right now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen, if that's possible.
Hopefully you can. I'm gonna put you as a co-host to make sure for sure.
Are you able to see this?
Yep, it's on. Got something.
Okay. I'm gonna just quickly run through this. This doesn't take long. But so, I'm a big believer that, we have a lot of land in Oregon and a lot of forest land, and we need to be kind of doing all of the various approaches all at once. And I believe, there's a lot of prescribed burning that we should do, but we should also be exploring other options. So I think many of you are familiar with air curtain incinerators. There's larger units, there's smaller units. The larger units we've seen deployed on wildfire cleanups, but basically they all operate the same by forcefully putting an air curtain over an open combustion chamber. Some of the units create biochar, and we currently have 5 ACIs operating in Oregon. 2 of the major manufacturers are Tiger Cat and Air Burners. And we've been using surrogate emission factors to create the ACDP and Title V general permits, which we do have in our state, and we're one of the few states to actually have. But those were established using surrogate data. And so basically, we don't know a lot about the hazardous air pollutants. Because that hasn't been something that's been tested in a lot of those other capacities. So we had to use that surrogate data. And this was identified as a really big priority by the Biomass Utilization Working Group that wanted to see air curtain incinerators used more readily. So we did an emissions test that was partly funded by Senate Bill 762, and then also some by the Forest Service. And I have to thank Tim because that Forest Service funding was for like EAB and community forestry, but we did run it through the Fire Protection District so that we could move it along faster. But we worked with Montrose and Valley Environmental, but it was a cross-agency collaborative project because when we were working on this, that's the same time we discovered emerald ash borer in Forest Grove, and we think that ACIs and these alternatives can be a solution not just for forest land burning, but they could also be a solution to some of the burning, the other types of debris burning and community level burning. And so that would include response to invasive species. So we started working with ODA and ODF. I am on the Wood Waste and Wood Utilization Subcommittee Task Force. And we said, let's bring these two things together. So we developed this very cool air curtain incinerator testing hood. And there was a ton of logistics with this test. That's the site and some of the people involved in the logistics. We did pre-testing. Here's the actual site we did the testing at, which we had to put in this temporary pad. And we had, many people there. We had to add some things to make sure that we didn't overheat our blower. These are all the emissions we've tested for. We're still waiting on the results. We did make it into the media. I suggest you check out the Forest Grove and News Time. But we are also possibly being picked up by some other news group that people have been emailing me about today. So we're still waiting on these results, but in general, I think it was a really successful test. Here's just some photos of this test. And I really think this is a good example of making, real data-driven decisions about the future. And we're really excited to see the air curtain incinerators, the results, see how we can use those results. I'd also like to point out that this is just one reference point. If we're really going to do this approach of making data-driven decisions, I think the emission factors that are for pile burns, they used a method for capturing those emissions that could have a lot more dilution, like having the balloon above the pile doesn't necessarily mean you're getting total capture. So I think there's an opportunity to also update emission factors for pile burns so that we can make more informed decisions. Additionally, with the Senate bill funding, we worked on a mastication project, and I really think that there's a lot of opportunity around masticating, especially in areas that maybe we're having some issues with getting the right burn opportunity. And I have a video that I can share. I can just put it in the chat and people can watch it on their own time of some of the mastication projects that we funded.
If you want to toss it in there, I could probably share it as well from here.
Okay, let me grab it.
I had two questions kind of to give folks some time to consolidate for that, is the ACIs I find them very fascinating and pretty cool. Is what type of fuels were you feeding it as well, or as well as were they dry or were they wet? And then also, I know having it stationary, but what might the mobility on something like what you were testing as far as that model, what kind of mobility might it have? Is it an urban setting, rural setting, forest setting kind of deal? So kind of three-part question there.
So I think that all of these various units have there's a little bit of a differing mobility, but very mobile. Especially some of the smaller units are extremely mobile, especially if the concern is like turn radiuses and that sort of thing. So mobility, I think they do pretty good. In terms of operating currently, because they require a Title V, they also go through Cleaner Air Oregon, which means we do health risk assessments. And I think that the health risk assessments currently mean that they have like an offset based off of the throughput. So the larger units have to be, offset from residential areas a little bit more or greater than the smaller units. So you may see those smaller units being more used in those WUIs in urban areas, but those are for the mobile ones. There's also stationary permits that could be obtained. And then in terms of the actual testing, we used ASH, which is one of the things that we were kind of limited. We didn't have unlimited money to put towards this project, and because you saw how many moving parts there were, it wasn't easy to bring in a bunch of different types of fuel. So we did use ash. It was green, meaning it wasn't seasoned, but that to me is something that can be replicated if we were to test piles. And if we were to do this test for piles, we could test, some of the other types of typical species. But that's not green and hardwood is all what you might see in communities that are doing community level debris burning. So it may not be typical for the slash piles we see on forest lands, but it's also not atypical, and the manufacturer does allow for it to be green. We had many meetings with the manufacturers about this, and they said that shouldn't impact the unit's emissions reduction technology, that it can burn green wood. Does that answer your questions? I don't even know if I got them all.
Oh yeah, definitely did. And I said, so Rick has his hand up, Kyle has his hand up, and James has his hand up. So
oh goodness.
A bunch of questions.
Margaret.
Go ahead, Rick.
Margaret, thanks for the presentation. Really interesting. One couple questions regarding the I believe it was manganese was the air toxic that was really the limiting species in terms of the distance the units could operate to the nearest residence. And so once you get the results back, I'm wondering if, would you then like perhaps modify those distances, distances based upon the concentrations that you from your testing, and would that apply to other wood species, seasoned wood, or would this results from your study be limited only where there's green and ash? Thanks.
So good question. Was there a two-part? Should I answer?
It was two-part. I think I asked two.
Okay, well, I'll answer what I think you asked. In term, we measured for manganese. In terms of whether or not that was the limiting factor, it may have been the limiting factor for like the Cleaner Air Oregon offsets, but I don't know if there was also just typical offsets so that you don't hit your limits for PM as well. So I think that there may have been more things that, are impacting how far away they have to be, but to do that, we made assumptions and we used emission factors that were not even from an ACI. And so, despite the fact that we just had one type of wood, we actually think that these are going to be really good representative results and successful results. And so, we'll use those. We'll also be able to update some assumptions that we used in the modeling, like how hot the unit gets, because those things produce like thermal knocks and stuff like that. There's the temperature can impact the pollutant level, and we had read a bunch of literature, but now we actually have firsthand knowledge.
And great. So my second question has to do with the permit fees. I understand that the permit fees, the Title V operating permit fees, just got raised 83%, which one of the owners of the 5 ACIs operating in Oregon contacted me, expressing concern that really is not, it's not going to affect his ability to operate right now, but his margins are getting lower and lower, and it's concerning whether he'll be able to continue to operate, in light of, unless the economics change on this. So that wasn't, I understand you've got to cover your costs as a program, but I don't, it's just a comment for your awareness. Maybe you've heard it during the operating fee public hearings. But I'd hate to see those tools go away in the future as an alternative to burning because of the expenses.
Yeah, so I'm aware of the Title V fee increase, and at our agency, we're also aware that, that the unit themselves serve a really good purpose and can be better than the alternative of, open burning or pile burning. And so we're aware of that. And, typically Title V is for, bigger, more industrial sources. But many years ago, air curtain incinerators got kind of lumped into that incinerator set of rules. But what I do know is that it's actually on the docket, a proposed rulemaking at the federal level to remove the Title V requirements. And they have to take action on that rule by March 2024. And so from what I've heard is that that's looking very promising. And so my hope is that even those people who are currently operating under Title V permit would not necessarily be impacted by that future fee increase, because if the EPA does remove the Title V permitting requirements, I believe that, or I know that Oregon is also going to follow suit. So although we could keep it stricter, we don't plan to, because we do want to see these used more. And so then it would just be the general ACDP permit, which is quite affordable. As you know, it's really very affordable. And we still have the general permits. And then if there are new units, which I know there are new units, because I know ODA and maybe even the Department of Forestry, one of your field offices, our ODA for sure bought a new unit. And I think ODF's field office is just exploring the opportunity to, and they would, the first year of permitting can be ACDP. You don't have to get the Title V for the first year. So it may end up being just a win in the end. And we are advocating to EPA about that rulemaking to say that we're a big supporter of it, of removing the Title V requirements.
Thanks, Margaret.
Thanks, Rick, for asking that question. That was going to be my same question, Margaret, and it relates kind of to something Scott said earlier this morning. My first question was, does every single unit need its own Title V permit? And it sounds like the answer is affirmative. And yeah, the 83% increase in each one of those permits starts to get at the problem of scalability. And I guess better is a relative term, meaning in the specific context potentially around emissions, but if it's not also a viable option for the burning community, beyond maybe the agencies that can invest in that, then I'm really, and I hate to be the eternal curmudgeon here today, but I'm really nervous about establishing this good, that bad before we're anywhere near the ability to scale up this solution, because we could create, again, burning piles, evil, emissions terrible. Air curtain burner is a great alternative, but we're so far away from being able to scale that to be able to utilize in the woods that we would end up with no tool in the interim. So just my thinking out loud as I've pondered this conversation a few times.
Okay, so let me comment on your comments. So I do agree with you that it needs to be a viable option. It can't, if the fees are too much or the unit itself is too expensive, that would be cost prohibiting. And I do think that we should work collectively to see how we can help get more of them operating in Oregon and cover costs. And I will say that solutions that we're looking at aren't only for forest land burning, and the utilization of these tools in other capacities could actually positively impact the smoke management and prescribed fire communities. Background ambient air quality in a community limits prescribed fire. So if you don't have a municipality burning their, wood pile at their, aggregate yard or at their landfill, you have less PM in your community, you're going to have a more expanded opportunity to burn. So I think these can serve a really, really valuable thing in a lot of different capacities, whether that be at green waste facilities, landfills, county level. And I think that you're right that we need to look at the economics of it. And I am working with Marcus Kaufman on that too, to look at what are the economics of it. And then I am also exploring and have been having meetings about how, if it is possible to have multiple units under one permit. Currently, the general permits are not written in that way, but the modeling actually appears to allow for it. So it would need to have a new general permit, which could take time, and it would be a rulemaking. But I'm out there looking at every option of how to make it more of a viable option. And it's not just this that I think needs to be a viable option. It's everything all at once, all together, including prescribed fire.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. James, you're up.
Yep. Hey, Margaret. Couple questions. That last one, I think maybe got to at least part of one of them. So I'll start with that one. One of the concerns I had with the ACIs is just the somewhat limited productivity in terms of capacity, at industrial scale, right? But that answer you just gave about reducing ambient, in and around communities makes a ton of sense. So I won't ask a question on that one. But the next part was, I was curious, one, when are you expecting the results back from that testing? And then the second related to that is, did you guys look at the emissions during spool up and cool down as well? I mean, did you cover the whole cycle of the burning? Yeah, I think those are the two, just to keep them simple.
So to answer your questions, I think yes, about the background ambient. In terms of whether these are feasible in forestry and industrial settings, I would actually really like to work with you, Kyle, and others to see how these could be better utilized, and with our silviculturists across the state. Because if we did more whole tree yarding and you had more landing piles and you had some of these operating at landings, they can do 15 tons an hour. So these are a lot of wood. probably more than we would, see produced in a landing pile. And then you don't have to slow down too. You don't have to stop operations and clear your landing and then start again. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity, and I think that we should see it everywhere. We should see how we can utilize these everywhere, especially also in urban settings, which I'm working on too, because I have background in community forestry as well. And they produce a bunch of wood, like so much. So I think there's a lot of good opportunity there. Your question, what was the other part of your question? Was it
So
about?
the other two are, when are you expecting results, and were you measuring during the spool up and spin down cycles, which I assume are a daily, I assume it's a heat up, prime operation, and then a cool down cycle on a daily basis. So I'm curious.
Yeah, so we decided not to include we did not use it during the startup, and we did not test during startup and cool down. We only tested during actual full-blown operations, because we wanted to get what it is operating at, as its emissions reduction technology. And we know that during startup, that's going to look different. So I honestly think it was a really, really good test, and we're going to learn a lot from it. And we've been getting a lot of positive feedback, like from the US Biochar Initiative and like from everyone about this testing method. And I think that we should be prepared that some of our pile burn emission factors may come back less than the ACI ones, and then there's some that might not, and that's to be expected. But like I said, I think what that sheds light on is that this is one reference point, and that we're comparing it against different methodologies, and that what we need to do is think about how we can get improved emission factors for the other types of burning too. And particularly, I think we all agree that in our state, we want to see fire adapted ecosystems, and we want to see more broadcast and understory burning. And so that the area where we can improve, which is like sort of low hanging fruit, is pile burning. That doesn't serve the same ecological benefit, and it doesn't create the fire adapted landscapes that we're looking. That's a waste reduction. That's a risk mitigation. Those are important things, but I think we could, see drastic improvements by, cutting down the amount of pile burning we do, and seeing if these can be utilized. And I'd love to work with ODF about how we can incentivize it in some of those areas. Plus, this could have economic benefit with the biochar production. And I think biochar could be really beneficial on the landscape as well. And how could we incentivize that? Post-harvest, the biochar that's created on a landing is used to restore, and close roads, or, and promote growth. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to learn from this one. And I did drop the masticating link in the chat. So if you're going to queue that up, Tim, you can. And then to answer your last question, because I just remembered you had a final one, the results we're hoping to have in the next month or so. It was going to be 60+ days post the test.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, and well said.
I got the video all ready to share.
I've not actually seen it because they emailed me and I got too busy, and then I just forgot about this. So this is news for me too. Is there supposed to be sound?
I'm not hearing sound on my end either.
Okay.
It'll fit the day if it's only video and no audio.
Margaret, I'm gonna ask you a question while we're watching this video, okay? About
Mhm.
mastication. So I talked to one of our forest fuel specialists about this. And you know, what we're seeing here is a rearrangement of fuels from a vertical structure, moving it down to a horizontal structure. And then he said, you have to put prescribed burning on the ground after this to remove those fuels that would carry the fire. And he said the problem that they're experienced with mastication and prescribed burning is you get a lot of smoldering of these fuels, which generates a lot of smoke, you know, for days afterwards in this. And so they weren't all that keen on it. I wonder if you have any experience with that would differ than that, or maybe have any comments to that effect that would, I know you're a big mastication fan, but and you've got more experience than I do with it, so maybe you could enlighten me.
So I think the thing about fire that we need to have like more of the conversation about is that there's a difference between, you know, fire that is on the landscape and the intensity of the fire and how easy it is to combat. Like, so you can mitigate risk without necessarily having all of the ecological benefits that you may want to see. So you can know, like, okay, in the future, this community is still more prepared to combat like a catastrophic wildfire event because the fuels aren't going to go on this landscape in the same manner they would if there were ladder fuels. And so you may actually see an improved capacity to fight the fire, a wildfire in an area without having to still put fuel on that particular spot, you just by doing mechanical treatment alone. But I know that there are a lot of people who say you need to do both, and I agree. I think that there's, just like we're trying to learn in West Bend, I think there's an opportunity for us to learn from in these areas too, around like how long, what's the best time frame to wait after masticating to put fire on in that area. Like, do we allow it a season or two of decomposition before we put fire back? And I see this as an opportunity that we might be able to work with some of our, you know, unit foresters. And I actually met with some in-sisters that have interest in trying to figure out if there's that silver bullet. So it's I guess fire is just a really complex thing, because if you're talking about risk, which is often communicated to the community, like, oh, we need to do this for risk, that is not necessarily the best way to communicate it if we're really talking about ecology. And we need to do this so that the tree is, you know, the forest is in a better situation, which in of itself, yeah, we want our forests to be healthy, and that will also mitigate risk, but it can reduce some of the risk, just the mechanical treatment itself.
Yeah, I could definitely see it as a helpful tool for as we build out pods and create fuel breaks on the landscape. And yeah, well, very cool. You know, I just didn't know. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and I do know that they're actually talking about using that particular masticator during fire season. So that's the other thing that I'm trying to think about, is how we can also fund some of these masticating tools. Like, so some of the issues we have in, so I don't have a video for this because I didn't do a good job making videos, but we also had a project in Mount Hood National Forest where we used a masticator to treat legacy piles that never got burned, which also are big smokers. And so there are a lot of these different opportunities where the masticator can be one tool in our toolbox. And I think as agencies like ODF and DEQ, we should, and I've talked to Marcus about this, but I should probably like loop Tim into it as well, but we should have applied for some of those funds that we know come out from the Forest Service, specifically around biomass utilization and whatnot, to see if we can outfit communities with some of these tools. And then in particular, the outfitting of the masticator, it can be really helpful if there is a wildfire, and it can be used as part of the way as a use of response and fire line building, which is what's going to be happening in White City.
Yeah, to that effect, we currently have like 50 plus masticators on suppression contracts for fire season. So they're an effective for putting fire on the ground instead of in the trees, and helping with that to some of what James and Margaret were saying, manipulating where the fire is and the ability to successfully suppress it.
Margaret, do you have any comment on the maintenance of the masticator, or the, you know, the sharpening of what, the knives or something? Is it relatively, you know, maintenance free over the weeks or months?
Yeah, it's relatively lower maintenance. And what I can tell you is that Biomass One, which is the one that we purchased this unit for, and they've been under contract with us. They are going to be presenting to the Biomass Utilization Working Group about the economic results. And what they found is that they anticipated that they were going to have to, you know, change the teeth more frequently, but that isn't the case. The units were great, though they did change some of the outfitting that they realized, like, especially because they are cutting ladder fuels with their unit. Not every unit is created equal. There are tow behind masticators that can't do the same thing that you just saw this one on the skid steer being able to do. But so that presentation from Biomass One, they're going to talk about how much they've been able to reduce the costs. Obviously, they have a goal of, you know, if they can collect woody debris for their bioenergy plant, that would be ideal. But often they get people asking them to do projects that it's not a viable option for them to do shipping and collecting because it's either too small, it's not close enough to the road, so they'd have to bring too much ancillary equipment out to begin with. And so they thought that this could be a successful arm where they could still offer services to community members, but in doing so, it could be a profit. It could be profitable for them. And they reported that they are down to just as competitive as hand piling and fire contracts. So I think these are just two examples of those alternatives that we should be collectively working at getting out into the communities. And I really think there's an opportunity also to work with NRCS, the soil water conservation offices. There's a lot of groups out there.
Thanks. Any other questions for Margaret before we shift over to wildfire crisis? Thanks, Margaret, for that update.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, guess I'll go next. I need to know how to share my screen. I guess I just click the share screen button.
Yep, you should be able to.
Yeah, okay, so hopefully you could see this map here. Let me know if you could see it.
We can see it.
Okay, so this is I thought maybe begin by just sharing where the wildfire crisis strategy and initiatives are happening in Oregon. And we have 3 landscapes that have been identified so far. First one in this hatched diagonal line area is the Central Washington Initiative. Then there's 2 more recent initiatives here, one on the Mount Hood on the north side of the Cascades here. And then on the southern end of the Cascades, this one here is the Klamath National Forest. It reaches into the Fremont-Wainema National Forest Initiative here. So let me move this out of the way here. And then we also have maps that are kind of cool. These are interactive maps on ArcGIS Online. And I just zoomed in here for the Central Washington Initiative. And we could see where I turn on the legend here. And you could see where treatments are happening or have happened in some of the landscapes. And so you could see what was planned for 2022 and how it was funded. And then land ownership's on here. And so you could go to this website and look at it for all these locations. You can see what's been accomplished on different lands. Here, BLM's got some work done outside here on the BLM lands in Central Washington. And as we get closer to Bend, you can see some of the historic burning in the West Bend project area there around Sun River. So that's one way to, and even look at congressional districts. So for those who are curious, that's a way of digging in a little bit more. But I do want to see, stop sharing. What I've been doing is trying to answer the question, well, how much prescribed burning is really needed on each of these landscapes? Have we got to that level? Because if I don't know that number and compare it with like our historical amounts of burning, I don't know whether it's realistic or not to accomplish that. I mean, I've heard the general comments like, oh, we need to increase burning by 2 to 4 times as much. And probably many of you have heard those wide sweeping statements. So those maps were intended to show you it's not intended to happen everywhere at first. This is where the money's going. Those 3 forests there in Oregon, at least the Forest Service dollars are going to. They do work across all lands in those areas. So some of that will be state land, some of that's BLM land, some of that's private lands. But I have started to dig in a little bit more. And we already know there's certain places it's hard to get prescribed burning accomplished. And like, for example, West Bend, we didn't get any done there this spring for a variety of reasons in that project area. So while I was told we need to get approximately 1,600 acres done a year there, we didn't get any. So now we've got, the average goes up for how much we need to get done every subsequent year in order to meet that average. So that's more challenging. And there's many challenges of getting prescribed fire accomplished on the landscape. You have to have the NEPA approved. So you have to, every project has to go through that process to disclose what the environmental impacts are and respond to comments, the scoping, the comments, the appeal process before we have a signed NEPA document. You can't put fire on the ground until we have that. And then we have to have the right weather conditions, which didn't always work out. We know we're kind of in spring and fall are shoulder seasons, and we get pile burning done in the winter time. Summer times, there's too much chance of an escape. But another challenge has been, having enough resources, especially resources planned for contingencies. Like that came out of the chief's report on, after the pause on the burns, that we've got to make sure we got enough contingency resources. So the next thing I see coming out of the Washington, D.C. office is their plan for mobilizing sufficient resources. And they're talking about doing things kind of like we do for wildfire, mobilizing wildfire resources. And that's using teams, incident management teams to mobilize when we have those burn windows to go out and do the prescribed burning. And then, of course, what I focus on is trying to remove those smoke management barriers to getting implementation needed on the wildfire crisis. It's like one of the last things that are thought of, and it's starting to gain some attention. We are having meetings directly with EPA. We participate in meetings like this with the state and you all, and then at the regional level as well, and with DEQ. I've been pleased that we're all recognizing a need for this. We all want to collaborate, but as we all know, regulations are usually slow to change, and there's a lot of good reasons they're in place the way they are. So if you hear me making passionate petitions to change the rules or regulations, I view that as my job, and try to do that in a manner that's quantitative, and specific to landscapes and looking at specific approaches. So, I've been working and developing maps with, how much prescribed fire do we need on a given landscape? When I'm working in Washington, the Washington Department of Natural Resources has done landscape evaluations at the watershed level, like the 5th level HUC level. And they've come out with their numbers for restoration acres. And I'm still not sure if that means prescribed burning. I've been developing some methods with our GIS specialists, where we take those fire return intervals that we see in the land fire database. We hear, and James certainly knows about this, based upon historic, burn patterns that we could learn from tree rings, before European settlement, we used to get fire maybe in this landscape every 20 years or every 40 years. And it varies across the landscape. I'm trying to look at those where we've skipped, and then we could overlay the fire history maps and prescribed burn data and see where we've skipped some fire return intervals. I look at primarily just Forest Service lands and maybe eliminate the wilderness areas, the roadless areas. And there's other reasons like white bark pine areas where we can't go in there and put fire. So then when you start looking at all the festivals that go on in Oregon on every weekend and we can't burn there. And, but trying to look at this and develop these maps for each area within these wildfire strategy areas to develop, well, how much does that mean? How much acres are we talking about in terms that need treatment? And then what I try to do is look at, well, how many days a year do we have really for burn opportunities? We could look at either historical data from your database, the old Forest Service database that went away, or I could get a burn plan. I could query some RAWS stations to see how frequently we meet those burn criteria. Like often there are 1 hour fuels between 7 and 13% fuel moisture, et cetera, and start querying the data that way. And, you've seen some of that data from me before. Sometimes it's as little as 10 days a year on average. If you get like, oh, we need to do 100,000 acres, across this forest, and we only have 10 days a year on average to do that. Well, that's what 10,000 acres a year. Well, over, let's say if we got to implement the strategy in 10 years and got to get 100,000 acres done, or whatever the value is, you divide one by the other, you get 10,000 acres a year, and you got maybe you have only 10 shots out of the year. That's 1,000 acres at a time. That might not be realistic under the current regulations, right? Because the smoke impacts are too much. So then I ask myself the question, well, what are we going to do differently then? How are we going to address this crisis? We're not going to get it done with prescribed fire. That's not realistic. What are other ways? Or is this just unrealistic and we're not going to be able to do that? But Congress has asked us to take this challenge on. And so it's that very much a challenge to work through all the regulations, 3 different layers, sometimes 4 different layers of air pollutant agencies, the federal level with EPA, state level with DEQ. Sometimes we have county level, like in the case of Lane County, LRAP is involved, especially for the Willamette National Forest. And then also the smoke management plan with Oregon Department of Forestry. So changing rules could be 3 or 4 levels deep of getting people to talk. It's very difficult. So I got to kind of remind myself that, is this the right way to go? It's no doubt difficult, but if I could get the numbers together and we could all agree upon what's needed on the landscape, then we're in a much better place to collaborate and try and address this crisis, knock down the barriers. So that's kind of where I'm at with this, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Rick? That's great. Yeah, it's a great update. I was
One comment. This is Scott here. I was at a OSWA annual meeting here last week. His name is Dave Bugney up in the Estacade area. And he was out in one of his 30-acre forests. We asked him, what do pre-commercial thinning, knocking down trees, just too many trees per acre. And we asked him what he's going to do with this wood down. He said, nothing. He said, I think I have for a couple of years. If a burn came through here, I'd be in big trouble. But, Douglas fir breaks down a little quicker than some other species. And he thought, eventually there would be enough moisture on the ground that it would, kind of absorb, break down the wood. I found that kind of fascinating. He also said, I'm giving it to shelters, people that have wood burning stove, and so maybe I'm helping society a little bit, helping these people heat their homes. So I just bring that up. It's kind of it's a little bit off the wall what we're talking about here, but curious if others have any comment on that. Letting Mother Nature take its course.
think maybe not.
Okay.
I got,
That's not our, what we've been called to do here, for sure. I just wanted to bring that out, that this is one guy's point of view.
I had one for you, Rick, thinking about, how we work with multiple land managers. I know a lot of the East Cascade forests are working closely with ODF, and I'm sure there's similar in Washington, working with Washington DNR. Curious, with this being primarily a Forest Service initiative, if other land managers like the BLM, National Park Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife are partners in the same scheme as the Forest Service engagement with the state forestry agencies. Just curious there.
We have a DOI agency in the room here, so to speak. Maybe I'll let James, do you know an answer to that question?
Yeah, can I get you to re-ask and maybe rephrase that question just a little bit?
How would you like me to rephrase it? There's the Forest Service kind of took this one on as this is the wildfire crisis strategy, and it was similarly proposed that way. And I know there's a lot of engagement between that federal agency and its state counterparts across multiple states. I was curious if the federal land managers are latching on or partnering with it. And we know Congress obligated a significant amount of funding to this initiative, and if it was just in one federal agency or if there was any nexus or sharing going on.
Yeah, the funds, a majority of the funds went to the U.S. Forest Service. We are receiving Christmas bill funds, bipartisan infrastructure law funds for risk reduction. There is communication happening at those more local levels in terms of agency to agency. But a majority of that funding is coming, the way that the DOI system works is those project activities actually at the activity level actually get funded from a national office perspective. So there's sort of this weird, we don't live in the same, like, we don't get a pot of money and we can say, hey, we're going to focus on the Prineville district, right? And then we just dump the money into that. We actually have to come in from the bottom up and say, hey, here's the activities. And I think on the whole for BLM and much of DOI, I think that we actually emphasized sort of a dispersed approach to that. So that money's, I don't know what the total sum is, but our emphasis is going across the state for a variety of different treatments for the same purposes. So there's definitely places where we could be stronger in terms of collaboration and partnering up in adjacency geographically. And I think, I feel like we're doing an all right job of getting some of that money off to, some of our state partners, ODF, do some of that work, but there's definitely room for improvement on the DOI side, but it's a much different budgeting and I'll just say a much different strategy altogether in how we're dealing with it.
Sounds very similar to how ODF manages our fuel reduction projects. The project is built and then the funding is sought after, or after that. So
yeah, it's been interesting because I was Forest Service for 22 years before. So coming onto this side and seeing that whole switch, and then also, how you take that and then are able to latch onto your adjacent partners is a really interesting experience.
Rick, I got one more for you. Is contractors available for you for the type of work that you're looking at, or is it especially as we get into more fire season mobilizations around the country? Some of the Viper solicitations can be used for some of the stuff for the first time, but are you finding any challenges in that sector for getting the work accomplished?
Yeah, that's a great question, Tim. I understand that you're right. Those Viper resources, or for those not familiar with that terminology, that's just the way of doing contracting for fire resources. And that is certainly being explored and utilized. I can't speak to if there's sufficient number of resources on every fire that's needed out there. That experience will be determined by future activities. I think it's a little early to know that the answer to that question or not.
I can add to that, that I think across the board, we're seeing increased prices too for accomplishing specifically mechanical work. That prescribed fire piece is a pretty constant, except where we're relying on contracting those projects.
Good. Don't want to hog all the questions, so I think I really appreciate you, Rick, walking through what what's the Forest Service is planning, especially across both states. So it's nice to see the map and see some of those concepts as they get developed, and I believe it would be pretty neat to see what gets accomplished over the next 9 years as they start the NEPA work. I think is going to be the biggest challenge of keeping ahead of the accomplishments. Oh, you're on mute.
Well, that's definitely a challenge for sure too.
Any other questions for Rick or Margaret? Appreciate the discussion of some of those complementary works that there's complementary topics that border on with this, the other aspects of what this committee undertakes and how one feeds the other. So with that, almost back on schedule actually, is action item review and some thoughts to go into the next meeting, and then we'll be done a little bit early. So I had a few items on my list, and then also making sure I don't miss anything. Committed to sending the annual report out to the rest of the group. That'll also get posted online, and then also compiling the metrics document summary. So probably make a one-pager out of that and getting that compiled and posted as well and shared. I'm going to work with Rick and the other committee members to make the cost and the projections for revenues and that kind of stuff more informative and actually digestible. So making that take a swing and a miss on that one for this meeting, and we'll make that move forward in a more in a better manner there. Rick has added another metrics on for the metrics addition for that prescribed fires effects on wildland smoke. We narrated that, and that'll also, we'll get that updated, finalized, shared with the committee, and posted as well. And then Margaret had something on her to-do list that I didn't capture at the time of working with ODF, and we'll be partnering up later once I remember what it was. Did anything that was missed?
I just wanted to make note that, and I don't know if this person has jumped off or not, but there was a Kelly Morehouse that left a comment, and both Christina and I responded with our contact information. So I always think it's nice to hear when people are, wanting to be involved and do wildfire resilience planning. So maybe there should be an after action that, if we get reached out to, because I didn't actually catch that person's contact information, but if they reach out to me, I will reach back out to them.
It's always great seeing members of the public join the meetings. So it's always encouraging, and the interest in our business and being able to have it visible. So, with that, Shelby, if you're on, did you track any action items that I missed?
Can you say that one more time, Tim? Sorry.
Was there any action items on your list that I missed? I think I captured them all.
Nope.
Thank you much. Okay.
I wasn't quite sure where, my recommendations landed for improving the smoke forecasting for the overnight drainage flows, Tim. Is that an action item to move that conversation to county level for the chutes, or is that not warrant enough to make it to the action item list here?
No, well, it'll be on the action item list, and we'll be integrating that into the West Bend conversations that have been ongoing. I think that's been a valuable venue, so we'll move that topic there, Rick. And Margaret's comment in the chat was a reminder of maybe adding in public health for some of that awareness and communication too. So we'll get that one documented, that that topic's going to move towards that venue. And we'll get you added in.
I thought of a really easy metric that we could use to compare and track the wildfire smoke impacts. And in a way to, and also the smoke or prescribed fire smoke impacts every year across the state. So real simple calculation, really simple to report on, but very telling. So I'd be glad to share that with you and Margaret or others if they want.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay. Typically, we have our January meeting around the last week of the month. This year, we had a snafu. There's 3 meetings that happen at ODF around that same time. We're going to deconflict those meetings and then send out when the SMAC meeting potentially will be. So awesome. We had Kyle triple or double booked last time, and it's tough to find some replacements. So we'll be getting back out, getting that information out as soon as we can get that taken care of, probably mid-July. So we're ahead of the curve getting on people's calendars. Okay. And with that, I move towards adjourning. Appreciate everyone's time and conversations today.
Yep. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Bye now.
Thank you. Bye.